Okay, good morning. Good morning. Thank you for tuning in to day 2 of UBC 2021 Bankrupt Your Biz with myself, Diane Zimmerman, the powerful biz woman, and my co-host, Alina Lopez Thomas, the grown woman. And I am going to go ahead and share my screen so we can go over the agenda for today. So as you know, this is the UBC 2021 Bankrupt Your Biz virtual conference, and this is day 2. And this is our 3rd annual UBC conference. The UBC's team's mission is to educate aspiring entrepreneurs and startup businesses on how to cover their assets while in business and how to bankrupt-proof their business. And remember, if you are tuning in, use the hashtags UBC 2021, hashtag bankrupt-proof-biz. And please subscribe to our website, www.ultimatebizconference.com, so you can see our products and services we have to offer, and also to stay up to date on all things Startup Biz 101. So yesterday was, as you can see, we had a lot going on. We had the entrepreneur mindset, how to build a relationship with your customers, how to speak and use your voice as a verbal business card. We also learn how to keep the IRS out of your pocket and how to build a great relationship with your banker and what to expect when you are applying for a bank loan. So if you didn't catch yesterday, please be sure that we will send you a link so that you could hear all of this wonderful advice that our speakers gave yesterday. And today we have Dr. Joan Henry Fields. She's going to speak at 10 a.m. Then we have Professor Murray at 11 a.m. We have Will Holmes at 1 p.m. We have Janique Nue at 2 p.m. And then we have attorney Latanya F. Moore at 3 p.m. So today you're going to continue to get everything you need. Dr. Joan is going to continue with the financial part of making sure that you are financially ready for business. And then we're going to have Latoya F. Moore explain to you what it takes to, protect your stuff legally. And I forgot to put one more person on here, and I hope he comes, Gregory Dunlap, and I apologize, he's going to be here as well. He's our insurance agent. So make sure you tune in. That was an error on my part. So now let me introduce you, and I just went past her, Dr. Joan Henry Fields. She is an international radio personality, internet TV host, contributing writer for His Favorite magazine, and published author. She is the owner of several businesses, including Out of the Fields LLC, a company specializing in real estate consulting and financial empowerment. Joan believes only the best is good enough. So what I am going to do is I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I am going to make Joan the host because she has a great PowerPoint to show you. All right. And Joan, the floor is yours.
Okay, so before I go to the screen share, let me just use this time to say hello and good morning to the esteemed panelists, as well as the attendees, the sponsors. Thank you guys so much for inviting me, Danye and Ms. Thomas. It's great to be in your company on today. So let me do my screen share. Bear with me 1 second. I'm gonna have to flip around a few things here. So here we go. So, so today I will be speaking from the topic, the power of financial knowledge and confidence, sustaining and starting your business. Again, as Danya mentioned, I'm Dr. Joan Henry Fields. owner of Out in the Fields LLC. So you may be that entrepreneur, you're probably super excited because you're getting ready to either start your business or looking to revamp your business. So of course, understanding your personal and business credit, why you need business credit, types of business credit cards, and how to establish and grow your credit for your business. These are all critical factors as you would need it to establish, grow, and sustain your business. So to my amazing attendees, I have a little fun for you here today, right? So here on the screen, we have a list of words. So I need for you to pick the word that best defines you as a business owner. The word that best defines you as a business owner, and I want you to drop that in the feed. And that's going to be your word for today. So I'm going to leave this up for a quick second, okay? For you to browse over and look to see which of these words best represent you as a business owner or a potential business owner. So pick a word. And while I wait for you guys to do that, again, I want to say congratulations to all those who have signed up or are looking to take your business to another level. All right, so I'm going to move forward with the slide. So have you guys ever, maybe you have like a candy bar or some kind of something to eat, or maybe some kind of over-the-counter medication or anything of that sort. And there's the label that said, these statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent disease. If you have read any such statement, I want you to drop that. I want you to say yes. Drop the word yes in the feed, okay? All right, in the comment, drop the word yes, because we want to make sure that you understand that disclaimer, right? So for me today, it will be no different. My disclaimer, I am not a credit expert or a financial advisor, but as a business professional, a researcher, and an advocate for shared knowledge, I am very passionate about financial empowerment. As a result, I will share some information that I have used in my businesses and hope that it will add value to your business. And of course, if you want to learn more, I have a network of professionals that I would be more than happy to connect you with, okay? So by the end of this session here today, you will gain a deeper understanding about your personal and finance and business credit. You will learn why you need business credit, types of business credit cards, and how to establish and grow business credit that are critical to your business establishment, growth, and sustainability, okay? All right, so let's look at your personal credit versus your business credit, because we need to understand these credits, right? So your business credit report versus your personal credit report. From a business standpoint, your business credit report is governed or managed, or these are the people you contact. These are Equifax, Experian, and Dun & Bradstreet. On the other hand, with your personal credit, you deal with Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian. On the business side, you're connected by your EIN number or your tax ID. The personal credit, you're connected by your social security number. From the business standpoint, scores have many different ranges. And from a personal standpoint, scores range from 300 to 850. And yes, please take your phone and snap a shot of that because you may want that information, okay? So understanding your business credit. So business credit comprises funds of lines of credit that a creditor gives to a business, right? It works similarly to your credit, except that the responsibility is on the party, is the business entity that borrows instead of the person. Again, in the way business credit works, it comprises of the line of credit. It is given to the business entity, and it is the entity who is responsible for that loan instead of the person. In many cases, entities such as sole proprietorship handle the business's finances. In other cases, such as LLC, the company is an entirely different entity from the owner and the individual credit. So if that is your situation, you will need to build your business credit from scratch. So you probably are asking, so what is sole proprietorship? Okay, so with sole proprietorship, the acting word there is sole, single. So it's a single ownership, no sharing of profit and loss. It's a one man's capital. It has unlimited liability, wherein, like with the LLC, there are limited liability. And for this, let me stress that when it says unlimited liability, that means if you're a sole proprietor, you can be sued for your business, your personal, everything. So that is unlimited liability. They can sue you and your company. And so again, with the sole proprietorship, it's less legal formalities and it's a one-man control. You're the only person that controls this business. You don't have to pay that fee like you would pay for the LLC. So let me jump to the LLC slide. So what is an LLC? An LLC is a separate entity from its members with its own federal tax ID number, okay? LLCs are less regulated than corporations, which means a lot less paperwork. And of course, I'm going to be talking about corporations. LLC can be formed as either single member or multiple member. LLC itself is responsible for debts and legal claims, not the members, okay? So again, unlike the sole proprietor where they can sue you, your company and all that good stuff, when you have an LLC, somebody going after your business can only go after your LLC. They cannot touch your personal assets. The LLC protects that. In a corporation, the corp and the owners are taxed. In an LLC, just the owners are taxed. Again, if you want to take a snap picture of this, that is totally fine, okay? So why do we need business credit? No, before I move to that, let me explain the corporation. What is a corporation? A corporation is a business organization that operates as a legal entity that is separate from its owners and is treated by law as if it were an individual person. It can be sued and it can also sue. So 20% of all businesses are corporations. So why do we need business credit? Well, right off the breaks, 30% of businesses fail because they run out of money. Your business entity needs to have credit, especially in the younger years of the business development. As a business owner, you might not always have cash to pay for things your business needs. For example, you might need to purchase new furniture or new equipment to make your business run more efficiently. You might need a loan to pay your payroll expenses during the month of downtime. Because don't you know that once you become an entrepreneur, there's always that possibility of downtime. See, this is where it's different from a job. You go to your job, you know that you're getting paid on your payday. With entrepreneurship, it's a possibility for that downtime because you just never know. So these are where some of these extra, that's why you need business credit to kind of hold you over, okay? Well, maybe you want to expand your business by opening up a new location, okay? And I think I moved that slide too fast. Let me get back there. Yes, by opening up a new location. Maybe your business credit can help you to do those things so that your business will grow, because at the end of the day, that's what we're looking for, growth. You should have business credit even if you do not think you need it right now. See, you got to plan for the future. You do not wait until the appointed time to, okay, let me get business credit. No, you need to get that, and so that you have it ready. You know, my philosophy is that I believe that one should stay ready so they don't have to get ready. So you want to have that business credit available to you. You will never know when a situation might arise that require you to have such credit, okay? So let's look at the types of business credit. We have small business loans, supplier and vendor accounts, lines of credit, merchant cash advances, business credit cards. So I'm going to go through each one of these to just expound on them a little bit more. So several types of business credit exist so that you might need to obtain to navigate your business again more efficiently. So let's look at the small business loan. A small business loan is usually a large sum of money that comes from a traditional commercial finance entity. It is meant more for small to medium-sized businesses than it is for enterprises. Your company may need small loan for expansion, cash flow, inventory, or equipment. You may want to borrow funds to improve your interest on other loans that you have in some cases. All such reasons are legitimate reasons to apply for some kind of business credit, right? So how to apply for a business loan. And in every case, it's going to be different, but based on my research, this is what I found. To qualify for a small business loan, you will have to provide something to the lender to prove that your business is an entity. I think all research will show that. You will have to show something to that lender to show that your business is an entity. You will also have to provide statements that support the claim for how much income you receive from your business proceeds, okay? Some of the documents you may need to produce include your EIN statement, a business license or permit, a tax return, or a bank statement. All those items can help you to get approval for your loan and for the loan amount you desire, but you do need to have those things on hand, right? Now let's look at a supplier account. A vendor is an entity that will provide you with goods for your business. The good will vary based on your business type and how you run your business. Let's say you own a restaurant, you might have vendors that supply you with certain types of meats, right? For example, you may get a janitorial supplies from a vendor if you own a cleaning company. Office supplies or other items that you might receive from a vendor, you get the idea. So based on what is it that you're trying to do, you may have a vendor that will supply you with that. So that's where the supplier and vendor account come into play. Your vendor might allow you to receive products on credit if you prove that you're trustworthy enough to make payments on time. This is why your business credit is important, because the vendor, you're just starting a business. This vendor do not know you. So guess what? They need to have proof that you are trustworthy and that you will make payment on time. Vendor accounts are excellent accounts for building business credit. In fact, you may be able to qualify for a starter account if your business is relatively new. And how do I know that? Because I've done this before, okay? Starter accounts allow you to prove to the provider that you are responsible and prompt enough with your payments to deserve additional credit later. See, you got to put in the work, you got to build your name, you got to show them that you're worthy of receiving the credit that you're going after, okay? So now let's look at the lines of credit. A line of credit is different from a loan in that you do not directly receive cash. You receive credit line for a certain amount that you can generally charge for items you desire. So again, it's not directly cash, it's a credit line. In most cases, you cannot pull cash from your credit line. In most cases, you cannot pull cash from your credit line the same way you can with your personal business loan. In other cases, you can. A line of credit is a good financial product to have as a business owner. Again, you never know when something is going to go wrong. You don't want to depend on just your savings. It's great to be able to say that you start your business with your own funds. That's great, but you want to have that backup money for in case something should go wrong. And as we all can attest to, the current climate that we're in, COVID showed us everything that I'm saying here. You got to have some kind of reserve, some kind of backup, because you never know when something is going to happen. And I see that I need to admit someone to the room, so there we go. So also, you need to meet certain criteria to qualify for a business line of credit. For example, the lender may require your business to earn, let's say, $10,000 to $40,000 in monthly revenue. The different lenders, they have different rules and guidelines, right? It may ask you to only apply for your business that has opened for a full year. Some providers want you to have a credit score of 580 and above as well. So again, it depends on the person you're going to for that credit. That is they have their own set of rules and regulations. So now let's look at merchant cash advances. A merchant cash advance might be something you're interested in on your journey of building your business credit, yeah? A merchant cash advance is a special type of advance that foregoes the credit checks in most cases. Sounds like good news, right? You can get a merchant cash advance by showing a provider that you meet the monthly income requirements. Bank statements and consumer payment receipts could help you to get the loan. Merchant cash advance lenders do not look at your credit score. Let me say that again. A merchant cash advance lender do not look at your credit score. They instead look at the potential that your business will earn money to repay them in the future, right? It is unique because it looks at future income as opposed to past income. You can start building your business credit if you receive approval from a merchant cash advance. Pay it off as quickly as possible, and it could open doors for other financial products. So yes, that is it for the merchant the merchant cash advances. So let's look at business credit cards. Business credit cards are like regular credit cards in the way they operate. They do have some differences, however. A business credit card might offer you a much higher limit than a personal credit card might offer you. For example, you may also have may be privy to special perks and benefits that do not exist on personal credit cards. You can apply for a business credit card even if you do not own a business, but the card is most likely designed to provide your business with the amazing benefits such as, maybe any kind of flight or Wi-Fi service or whatever you may need, you go on your business trip. So and some of the companies that I know for sure that offers business credits, and these are just the ones that I personally use, like Shell gas station. You want to have a Shell card, because you need to start using your business credit, start to build your business credit. So like Shell, Staples, Office Depot, those kind of stores. It's great to start, getting those kind of cards, establishing those credit cards, your business credit cards, to start to building your credit. Because I mentioned earlier about Dun and Bradstreet. Now, like with your personal credit, these the lenders, they report your credit for you to the credit bureaus to build your credit and show that you're paying and you're in good standing. Please note that with your business credit, when you have the DUNS number, you got to report that yourself. Creditors only report if you're doing bad, okay? So when you have any of these credit card, your business credit card, report to Dun & Bradstreet yourself, because you're going to be your own voice. Again, the creditors only report to Dun & Brad if you are messing up with the payments. So when you want to show off and show that, yes, I'm using the card and I'm paying, you got to make sure that you report that yourself, okay? So let me see. So let's look at how to establish and grow business credit. Couple things you need to do. Register your business, get an EIN, open a business bank account, order your credit report, get a DUNS number, apply for a business credit card, apply for a starter vendor account, make all of your payments on time, pay more than the minimum, and speak to a financial advisor. Of course, I'm definitely going to expound on that more. But if you, again, if you want to take a shot at that, screenshot that so you can have it for your record. So how to establish and grow the business. So building business credit is important because it can help you to stay afloat and maneuver your company in the business world, okay? Therefore, we wanted to make sure that we give you some tips. I personally want to make sure that I give you some tips here on how to build your business from scratch. So as mentioned earlier, let me just expound on those points that I mentioned earlier. So the first one is to register your business. The first thing you will need to do if you want to start building your business credit is to register your business entity. Depending on how you register it, you may be able to separate your business finances from your personal finances. And that goes back to the previous slide, LLC versus a sole proprietor, you know, so you got to make sure, look at the business type and the kind of business you want, okay? You will not be able to do that if you register your business as sole proprietorship, okay? That is the downside to one of the downside to being a sole proprietor. It is easy to set yourself up for business, but your personal finances remain tied to your business finances. Thus, lenders will go by your personal social security number when you request loans and advances. Again, if you're a sole proprietor, the lender will go based off of your social security information, not off of your Dun and Brad credit. So again, once you start that business, you want to get that Dun and Brad ready because that's how you're going to build your business credit. You actually don't want to have these things tied to your personal. I personally would not recommend that. It's always best to go with an LLC. And you may be just starting and you may not have the funds to pay for the LLC. But even if you do, no more than a year, I would say, transfer that because you don't want to have that house that you've worked so hard to purchase, your vehicle. And, you know, should anything happen, they're coming after everything. That's what happened with sole proprietorship. So again, if you're an LLC, they can only come after your business. They cannot touch anything from your personal. At any rate, you will need to choose doing a business as or DBA name and register your business to get started. So yes, you find a name, do your name search to make sure that the name is not already been used. And once you go to the website, it will tell you, because once you put in the name search, it'll let you know if somebody's already using that name, okay? So the second point is to get an EIN. The next thing you should do if you want to start your business credit is to apply for an EIN, which is your employer identification number. The IRS can issue an EIN to your business rather quickly. In fact, you can apply for an EIN online in a few minutes, just like that. How do I know? Because I've done it myself, right? It's like 1, 2, it's a very easy process. If approved, you will be one step closer to building business credit for yourself. It is free to apply for an EIN if you go directly through their website. So let me warn you, do not get sidetracked by third-party companies that try to sell you expensive EIN applications. You can literally do this yourself and do it for free. And I know my information is someplace in one of these slides, and I'm sure it's coming up at the end. If you have any question regarding this, please feel free to email me, okay? So the third point is opening up a bank account. See, opening up a business bank account is another great way to get yourself on the map as a new business entity. Once you get your EIN and your registration and license, you can take those documents to the bank and request to open a business bank account. Now, you will be more visible as a business entity, right? You will have a bank account with your business's name on it, and you will be able to separate your business expenses from all your personal expenses. You know, having a business account help you with the organization as well. Potential lenders will also see you as more legitimate when you set up a business account. You can use statements from your business checking account to show how much money comes from your financial and your official, it comes from your business. because it's definitely not a good business practice to deposit your business checks into your personal checks, because when it's time for auditing, that could be a nightmare. You don't want to do that. You want to, there are a lot of banks you could go to, open up an account, $100, whatever they cost, because again, that will show the potential business partners, the potential lenders, that you have a legitimate business, okay? So the next point is to order your credit report. If you're a sole proprietor, your business dealings will not be separate from your personal dealings when it comes to finances. We already established that. Therefore, you will need to ensure that your credit is as clean as possible before trying to build business credit. Again, as sole proprietor, they're going to go based off of your social security information. So if your personal credit is not good, it is going to be a slim chance of you getting that loan, okay? When you need to do, I'm stumbling over my words. What you need to do is to order a full credit report from all 3 major credit bureaus that will help you to see what's on your credit report. And that is something that I strongly advise everyone, business or no business, get a copy of your credit report, because you will be surprised at some of the things that are on your credit report. A lot of things you knew nothing about, or things that you have paid already. So be vigilant with your credit reports. You're entitled to a free credit report every year. Get your credit report, view it, highlight things that are not yours, and start the process to remove them, okay? You will need to review your credit report for any information that needs to be corrected. For example, you might notice that the balance on the account is incorrect. It would be smart to contact the credit bureau or the lender to have it fixed, because it can ultimately prevent you from establishing yourself as a reliable business. So we don't want to just take things for granted. If it's not yours, highlight it, start working on getting it off, okay? You will also need to look for bogus accounts, incorrect inquiries, and accounts that do not belong to you as well. As I mentioned earlier, you got to look for all these things, because again, you would be surprised of things that show up on your credit report that you know nothing about. You can open a case with the credit bureau if you feel as though something on your credit report is not correct. You do have that right. The credit bureau will have 30 days to decide whether your claim is legitimate or not. So if it's yours, own it, because the credit bureau, they will do their due diligence, and if it's yours, you're gonna have to pay. But if it's not yours, fight, get it off. It will remove any accounts that are proven to have incorrect balance information or incorrect owner's information. Your credit score can rise drastically just by having one account balance change to an account removed completely. Yes, sometimes your score is very low, and all it takes is for them to remove one account from it. That could be holding your credit scores hostage. So you want to make sure that you have everything that is not yours removed, okay? So let's look at your DUNS number. Business have a separate numerical identification system than individual persons do. The government do not manage this system, and it is not mandatory that you have one. However, it can help you to receive business credit and establish your new business entity. The number that you need to apply for is called the DUNS. That's the same number I keep talking about. It's called the DUNS number. The number, and which stands for Data Universal Number System. It looks like a social security, except it pertains to your business credit profile. And you can apply for the DUNS number by visiting the Duns and Bradstreet website. And you could just Google that. And when I said like 20 seconds, that's literally how long it takes for you to get your number. So that's an easy breezy. Get your DUNS number. Apply for business credit card. You can apply for a business credit card once you have all your registrations, bank account, and identifiers. It is best to conduct a search and do complete comparison tools so that you do not waste any unnecessary inquiries on credit that you might not receive. What is that saying? If it is Just do your research to find out which lender is most likely to lend you money. If you look at any reviews or read up about them and you find out that they are not so swift at lending, don't even bother, because every time you inquire, it goes on your credit. So you really want to make sure that you just inquire only if you really need it. And I'm mainly speaking to the sole proprietor business owners. So make sure you know the odds or likelihood that you will get the card before you apply for it. The next step is to apply for a starter vendor account. You can also establish business credit by opening a starter vendor account. Starter vendor account come from vendors who are willing to take risks on new business entities. You might be able to get approved for a starter account for some items that you need to run your business, as mentioned earlier. You can start building business credit with them immediately to show potential lenders that you are trustworthy, because as an entrepreneur, you're gonna have to do a lot of proving that you're trustworthy, because that's how you're gonna get the business credit that you need, or even the business partners that you need, and that's how you're gonna stay in business, okay? So make all of your payments on time. I cannot stress this enough. Making all of your payments on time is vital to any credit score. Now we're talking whether it's your business credit or your personal credit. Making payments on time is vital to your credit score. Your timely payments will boost your credit score and keep it afloat while you're in business, okay? So always remember to pay on time. Let's pay more than just the minimum. You should also pay more than the minimum required if you want to build business credit. Paying more than the minimum amount will allow you to finish your financial obligation much faster. The best strategy is to double up on your payments each month, of course, if you can do that. If you cannot afford to double up on your payment, you can pay the minimum plus the amount of interest the company charged for that month. Then at least the full payment will go to your principal balance. A lot of people lose most of their payments to interest, and it seems as if their loans will never finish. They will never finish paying off their loans. So again, try to make more than your minimum payment, because if you look, depending on your APR, you will find that all you're paying back is just the interest, and you will find that the bill never goes down because all you're paying is interest. So it's always advisable to pay on time, pay a little bit more than possible. You know, sometimes we may find ourselves in a situation when we are unable to make our payments. Yeah. That's not the time to sit and be quiet with it and just tell yourself, well, I don't have the money, or whatever thought may be going through your head. Pick up the phone and call those creditors. If it's your car company, call the car company and let them know that you need to skip a payment, something, talk to them. Communication is key. When you're in business, you absolutely must communicate. Don't just let things fall by the wayside. Pick up the phone and call, because that car dealer may said, the person that financed your car may said, okay, we can skip this month, and what they'll do is put it at the back end of the loan. Same thing if it's a mortgage, they may do that. But the point is, we must open up our mouth to ask for things that we need. They're not going to voluntarily call and said, oh, I see you didn't make your payment. Do you need me to put the payment on the back end? No, they will charge you an interest rate and charge you additional late fees and everything else instead. You need to be proactive with your business. If you cannot make a payment to a vendor, don't wait till last minute. Call that vendor. Don't try to ditch that vendor. Call that person. Be open with your communication. Communicate, and communicate some more. And the last one is to speak to a financial advisor, okay? The financial advisor can brainstorm with you and help you to think of additional ways to improve your reputation with potential business loan lenders and similar entities. It is always wise to have a financial advisor in your corner, whether you are a business or individual entity. So whether you're LLC, corporation, sole proprietor, it's great. It will be great to have a financial advisor in your corner, because a financial advisor, they have years of experience, and this person can give you tips for building your business credit that you are not able to find anywhere else. See, we all have a calling. We all have our own lane that we stay in. If you're not a business financial advisor, or if the person you're speaking to is not a financial advisor, don't just go to them because that's your warm market, or maybe they could give you that service for free. You need to get in touch with an experienced financial advisor, because this is how, again, we're going to grow our business. That's how we're going to stay in business, right? Okay, so let me come on over here. So to conclude, I hope that you found the information you received in this presentation helpful. My goal here was to powerfully impact your financial empowerment, to powerfully impact you with financial information that will help you to start or take your business to the next level. Again, as mentioned earlier, the information that I share is based on research. So I urge you to contact a financial advisor to make sure that your company is set up correctly. I know that there are lots of, do it yourself, but you want to make sure that it's set up correctly, that you have all the forms, that you will need to make it a legitimate business, and not, just a business. And when something come up, then you find yourself in trouble. So again, this is my contact information, my email, my website, my phone number. And my company, we offer a lending service, anywhere between $10,000 to $400,000 of unsecured loan, okay? So if you're just getting ready to start your business or looking to expand your business, then please, by all means, get in touch with me. Also, the things that I reference here today, it's all in my book, my newly released book, The Power of Financial Knowledge and Confidence. You can order your hard copy, or you can get the e-copy, whichever version that you might need. And of course, if you're just looking to start a business, I have a great entrepreneurial program, so we can definitely talk in that regards. So let me see. So thank you for taking the time out to listen to my presentation, and let's raise hands for questions. So let me see your questions.
So I want to thank you for coming on and doing this presentation. That was really, really helpful and timely, because it's something that's definitely needed when you're doing entrepreneurship. There were a few questions here. Did you see? Let's see, there was a couple. Well, I think one of the questions, I think you actually answered it, and it had to do with the LLC and whether or not you needed to have an LLC before you could start business credit. Or can you just start with the sole proprietorship?
You can,
Okay.
because actually there are folks who run a business as a sole proprietor 10, 15 years. But keep in mind, that's a risk. Because again, if it's okay, there's nothing wrong with running your business as a sole proprietorship. The downside is if something were to happen and somebody tried to sue you, they can sue that business and sue you for all your personal things, your home, your vehicle, whatever you have, that any kind of asset that you have, they can sue you for that. Wherein with the LLC, the limited liability, they can only sue you for your business. So it's a matter of comfort and safety and the type of business you're providing and how much coverage and how safe you want to play. That's the difference between both of them. And again, if you're looking to get business credit, you will do better having a LLC, because that's a fresher credit. More than likely, if it's a new LLC, then more than likely you do not hold like lots of money or have a lot of credit card there. Whereas on the other hand, for a sole proprietor, you would have to use your Social Security, your personal Social Security. And we all know that can be loaded at times, whether it's with student loans, home notes, and all that other good stuff. So yes, there's nothing wrong with a sole proprietor, but you are more protected with the LLC.
In your experience, what would you say the amount of first-time entrepreneurs know about the business credit versus just doing it on their personal credit?
Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, as far as folks knowing, I would probably say 4. Because and why I can't, and again, this is based on what I know, my circle of people that I'm in touch with, because again, I teach this entrepreneurial program, and you will be surprised how many people did not know that there is such thing as business credit cards, and the types of business credit cards. So again, that's why this kind of information is key. And that's why I want to salute everyone who take the time out, whether you're looking to start your business or expand your business, to attend conferences such as this, to learn and to get information that is vital to your business success. So yeah, I would say a good 4. This is a topic, this is a point that really need to be talked about more, because a lot of people don't know. They would try to get stuff with their own credit card. If you have a business, don't use your own credit card to purchase gas to go to your business meetings or whatever. Apply for a shell card and use it to build your credit, and it work all the way around. So it's just a matter of getting the right information.
Mm-hmm. And I know also, and I think definitely it is like a 4. I think now people are becoming a little bit more educated. People are talking more about, and I really do think, honestly, I think it really has to do with this pandemic. I think people started looking at, okay, there's got to be another way to kind of figure out my monies. How do I start my business? Everybody's getting into all kind of chat rooms, clubhouses, all these different places, because they're trying to figure this out. And this became a topic. This business credit thing became a topic. Now you see it on your streams and everywhere. Everybody's talking about, well, do you have your business credit? Because if you think about it, really, how many people knew what Duns and Bradstreet was? They just probably thought it was an actual street.
I could tell you that from my entrepreneurial program, a lot of folks never even heard of it before. So but I'm sure it's going to be, more talked about these days as people try to, because I believe that especially since the pandemic, I think we have more people looking to become entrepreneurs.
Yes.
So, so a lot more people will learn this, and they're coming with fresh mindsets. So, it's going to take conferences such as this for people to get the right information so you can start off on the right track.
Yes. Yes. Definitely very, very helpful. And I really appreciated another piece that you brought out, and that was to go right to the source. And so if you're looking to start your LLC, if you're looking to get your EIN number, it's okay. I mean, some people like to do the third party stuff, but a lot of times, a lot of people get involved in that because they don't know where to actually go. They don't know that you go to your state. They don't know that that's the federal government in different places like that. They don't know that literally you just, like you said, I think the word was easy peasy, literally easy peasy. I mean, you just put it in there, boom, bam, they fly out the EIN number, you're all ready and everything. But people don't know that, especially the first time people.
Right. And for those who are in Maryland, I could only speak to Maryland, that's where I'm at. If you go to the Maryland Express business website, Maryland Business Express, just Google Maryland Business Express. In that space, you can apply for your LLC, and you can also apply for your EIN, because it will ask you, do you have your EIN and all that good stuff, your articles. It's all in one shot. You can get it done, you can get it done from the Maryland Business Express.
Easy peasy.
Easy peasy. And the Duns and Bradstreet, oh, that's like 2-second job. Easy peasy. Yep.
Yes, it actually is. I can confirm it. Of course you confirmed it, but I can double confirm it because I have Duns and Bradstreet. I also have the EIN number. I have that stuff. And but it took a lot of research to get there. Now, I'm not going to lie. I didn't know what that stuff was. But then when I figured it out, I was like, oh my goodness, it's here already. I'm in business. So yeah, but thank you so much for joining us with the Ultimate Biz Conference. Really valuable information. And I'm sure that everybody is just, anybody that gets the opportunity to listen to this, you definitely got some great information for starting your business and being successful at it as well. So I'm going to pass it back over to Danya. She's now back, and I will let her close this out. Thank you so much, Dr. Henry Fields.
You're welcome. So Donnie, I'm going to stop the share now, right?
Yes. And
Okay.
Dr. Fields, I have one more question because I wanted to know what was the starter vendor account? That was what I was curious about.
So that means you wasn't paying attention, right, Donnie? Huh? Miss Daniel?
I was taking notes. I was
Okay.
paying attention,
All
but
right.
then I missed that part.
All right, so, and I'm gonna go back to my notes to make sure, because they're all these accounts, so I wanna make sure that I give you. So which one was it that you're looking for?
I was curious about the starter vendor account.
You mean the supplier and vendor account?
Yes.
Okay. That is the one where the vendor give you the goods to start your business. For example, if you're in the restaurant business, you can get an account with, I guess, Restaurant Depot and those kind of places, start an account with them.
Oh,
And so you
okay.
can use their card to, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
Thank
So
you.
suppliers and actual vendors, actual
All right.
suppliers and vendors.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I just needed clarification on that one because I've never heard of that. You know, the supply.
Okay.
I guess because I don't in a restaurant or beauty business or something like that where you need supplies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they have for janitorial services. If you are in a, you need cleaning supplies, it's kind of there.
Okay. And
And if you are a graphic designer that does t-shirts, you know, you have the company you get your t-shirts from, order. Yeah.
wow. You hear that, Alina?
You know what? You know what? I'm so glad you said that because I did not think that way. Thank you.
And see, sometimes when you,
I have a yes. Danya said you, Alina, because I have a t-shirt business, a bling business. So thank you for saying that.
You're welcome.
Listen, no, you brought up the one. I went automatically to what my husband, he does landscaping design, and so he definitely could use that in his business. But bling, hello, thank you.
Yeah. And Dr. Henry Fields, I want to thank you so much for coming in because you really helped it, because the last two speakers we had yesterday was Del Treese, who talked about the IRS. Then we had Kimberly Hoffman, who talked about the importance of your business credit, because that's what she kept saying. And everything that you resonated will help people when they go to the banker. You know, because she told us everything you stated, she basically said generally, but she said to go to someone like you who could help you get your business credit together, who can help you, because when you try to get a bank loan, they look at all of that stuff. And that's what she was saying. So everything you said, the three of you, having you three in a lineup like that, really established the importance of making sure you have good business credit when you want to get a loan. And this also helps you with the IRS as well, because you'll have your finances organized. If you have good business credit, that means that you are doing everything you need to do to make sure that your finances are in order when it comes to your business. So thank you so much.
Right. So Donnie, can I just reiterate one thing real quick?
Mm-hmm.
So again, so Ms. Lopez Thomas, so I mentioned earlier, so that's to make sure it didn't just fly over. So with the person, with the Dun & Bradstreet, when you get your DUN number, entrepreneurs must report their on-time payments themselves. The creditors only report to Dun & Bradstreet when you're messing up. Let's just put it this way, when you're late on your payment and all the negative stuff. Anything positive, you got to report that yourself, because if you don't report it, you're not building a credit, because they don't really care about that. They only report when you do not make your payment on time. They will report that to your Dun & Bradstreet information. But when you're making your payments on time and all that good stuff, you are your own self-advocate. You got to call them and say, oh, send them a bill, do something, let them know that you are paying, because that's how you're going to actually build your credit with them. Don't wait to think that because you made the payment on time, Shell is going to send it to them and say, oh, she make her payment on time. No, but the moment I forget to pay that Shell bill, Duns and Bradstreet will hear from them. So I normally get things done myself to make sure that I get the credit, because that's the whole purpose of having that, trying to build your credit. If you're not reporting it, you're almost like you're not building it, because nobody knows what you're doing. So
that's a very big point. That's a very good point to really pull out, because, you know, basically we know with personal credit, it's pretty much done for you. They let them know when you're paying on time. They let them know when you're not paying on time. And so this is a different type of mindset. You have to think differently. You have to think about the growth of your own business credit. That's a big deal. That's not small, because it's hard to keep track of just simple things like paying bills. That's why we got so many apps out there to help us. You can imagine now I got to call you and report that I was a good doobie.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah.
That's a good point to have. Thanks for putting it out there, making that.
Thank you so much. And again, Dr. Henry Fields, thank you so much. And I appreciate you being on. And this was very valuable to have the IRS agent, enrollee agent, tax professional, to have the banker, and then have you. So whoever catches the replays, they really, really need to make sure they catch you three presentations, because it was really wonderful. And okay, so now we're going to take a 9-minute break, and we will be back at 11 o'clock, and Professor William Murray will be on to give us some more valuable nuggets. And I hope that you are attending. So we will be back in 9 minutes. Hello, everyone, and good morning. It's almost afternoon. We are now back with day 2 of the UBC 2021 Bankrupt Proof Your Biz conference, and we are happy to have Professor Murray again. He started us out, got everybody energized, so now he is again to speak with you aspiring entrepreneurs and even seasoned entrepreneurs who may have had to revamp their business due to the pandemic. So I am going to give the floor again to Professor Murray, Millionaire Master Mindset, The Road to Success. Now that's a good book. I have that book and I read it over and over again. I'm gonna have to get a new copy from him because I done highlighted so much in that book, but that is a good book to have if you want to start your business or revamp your business. So Mr. Murray, the floor is yours.
Thank you, my sister. I'm glad to be on. Yesterday I got to give it to you, Danya. You hooked this conference up. You have some of the best minds and educators out there giving knowledge and information that is muchly needed. What I'm going to do today, I'm probably going to kind of pick up from where I left off yesterday, and because there's so much I can give you. And it's hard to give you everything in a period of time of that I have. But I'm a mindologist. I'm the president of the Millionaire Mastermind Institute, which is an institute for entrepreneurs and future entrepreneurs. It's here where millionaire mindsets, lifestyles, and businesses are made. We take you from ideas to implementation and beyond. And I'm going to work on your mind. I'm going to give you thought, because see, with all this knowledge and education that you've gotten yesterday, with what you've gotten this morning from Dr. Henry Fields, and I'm going to give you some mindset, because the most important thing of it all, of everything, is your mindset. That is first. It will cost you more money if your mindset isn't correct than anything else. Now, I was telling you yesterday, that you've got to work. You keep from having that ghetto mentality. You've got to work on your future, your tomorrow. You've got to study. You've got to research. You've got to attend events like this, and you've got to contact people like who have been on this conference. I'm going to pick up kind of from yesterday. So those who were in yesterday know where I stopped off. you know, but success is seeking you. Here's something you got to realize: success is seeking you as hard as you're seeking success. What you got to realize is, once you speak it, don't think it and not go verbal. You have to speak it, because success, your God force, your life force, your spiritness is waiting on you to give it an assignment. When you speak it, you're giving your force an assignment, and it goes to work and works 10 times as hard as you once you put forth the action of you moving forward with that for which you're seeking. Now I'm gonna get into the part of the materialistic part or the spiritual. One thing I tell people that most time it takes a while for them to understand: you never, ever, ever, and I'm gonna say ever, ever, ever work for money. He said, man, you out your mind. What do you mean you don't work for money? Why are you out here as an entrepreneur working? You don't work for money. You have to learn to work for success. See, success will pay you more than if you just looking at it and working for the money. See, money is a material thing. Success is a spiritual thing. And success spiritually is the strongest force you have toward getting anything that you want. Anything that you want. And here's something that I'm going to give you that I want y'all to remember. I'm working on your mind. You know, the others have given you the what for is the ins and outs of business. I'm working on your mind. I am a mindologist. I want to make you think and realize the importance. Now, know this: if you are a business, you are a public speaker. And most people don't think to realize that. If you are in business, you're a public speaker. Learn, y'all, please study and learn the language of business. Learn how to talk to people. It's not so much of what you say, it's how you say what you say. You can't go out there with that street language, that ghetto language, that mentality, speaking to the public and expecting them to use your service. You have to learn how to speak plainly and professionally. You know, they call this time right now, the new normal. Well, that's yes and a no. I'm gonna talk to the yes part of it. If you are waiting for it to go back like it was in 2019, 18, 17, et cetera, it's never, ever going to happen. It's not going to happen. So I want you to get out of your mind that, well, I'm waiting on my job to come back. I'm waiting on to be able to go out and do this. It's not coming back, y'all. You have to understand and learn the now. The now. There are a lot of businesses I'm talking about. I can't get employees. I can't find nobody to want to work. Well, people have realized I'm no longer going to work for minimum wage. It's not advantageous for me to work for minimum wage. There are people out there paying $15, $20, $25 an hour. They weren't doing it before because they realized if I want an employee, if I want someone who is qualified, if I want an employee that can do what needs to be done for my growth, I've got to pay them. See, the thing is, you get what you pay for. You got jobs out there that have turnovers every day. People aren't going to take that no more. They aren't going to take that minimum wage and accept it. Too many companies out there now are realizing, if I'm going to make it, I got to pay these people. Well, you are these people. Now, you got to think, you know, you can't blame no one for your situation. See, I'm working on your mind, y'all. I'm working on your mind. Stop blaming people for your situation. You are where you are behind your choices. Every choice you make is going to give you a consequence. You got to ask yourself, behind this, what are the consequences? That is one of the most powerful words out there in your existence. You have to deal with it on a constant daily basis. What are the consequences behind what I'm about to do? Consequences. See, here's the thing. With today's technology, like I said, you are where you are behind your choices. With today's technology, ignorance is a choice. If you're too lazy to do your research, Google, YouTube, all these sites that all you got to do is put in what you want to know and the answer will be there. But it's up to you to make the choice of doing that research. You are where you are behind your choices. Stop putting it off. Procrastination, procrastination, procrastination is the assassination of your destination on your road to success. Write that down. Put that on your mirror in the morning. You can see procrastination is the assassination of my destination on my road to success. What is it I am trying to do? Do it now, because the time is now. Now is the time. You want to know where to begin? Do you want to know where to begin? I'm going to give you where to begin. You start doing your research. You start doing your studies. You come to events like this on a constant basis. Now, I've been an entrepreneur now for 45 years. I'm a 45-year entrepreneur, y'all. That's more than most of you are of age. I've been an entrepreneur for 45 years, and I still read. Every day I put 4 hours in. Every 5 o'clock every morning, I'm on the computer learning, reading, listening, or I'm reading a book or something. And I'm studying. Now, you want your success to be somewhat easier? I do a class titled BDI. BDI. What that means is borrow, duplicate, and improve upon it to fit your situation. Give you some instances. Look at me, the president of Millionaire Mastermind Institute, Incorporated, LLC. Am I the only speaker out here that teaches you? The answer to that is no. I borrowed what someone else was doing. I duplicated what they were doing. And I improved upon it to fit my situation, the way I want to teach. When I started speaking up 10 years ago, and then I went and got this coach who we had a big disagreement. He kept saying, well, William, you're very human. You're very humorous. When you're on stage, man, be humorous. But see, just like now, when I'm here before you, y'all, I'm very serious. I want you to learn. I want to teach you how to be successful. I don't care whether it's personal, spiritual, financial, or entrepreneurial. I want you to be successful. So he said, well, you got to be humorous. I met, oh, can't think of his name now. Oh, my grace, that quick it slipped my mind. But he taught from a spiritual point of view. And I said, well, God, that's what I do. That's how I want to teach. I don't have to be humorous on stage. I mean, I put humor in some of my presentations along the way. But when I'm serious. I want you to learn. And when Wayne Dyer, that's Wayne Dyer. I got into Wayne Dyer. And he taught, and he was one of the top speakers in the world. I'm talking about all over the world. And he taught from a spiritual way of teaching. Well, I said, well, that's what I do. So I felt comfortable now not having to be humorous, thinking that I'm not going to make it because I'm not humorous. Although I do have one heck of a sense of humor. And when you get to know me, you'll find that out. But when I got into speaking and teaching the way I wanted to in my spiritual education way of teaching, my business took off. I'm saying I started getting booked. I started getting paid more. And I said, okay, I'm comfortable. I BDI'd, I borrowed what someone was doing. I duplicated it. And I improved upon it to fit my situation the way I wanted to do it. That's going to help me build and grow my business. So you got to learn to BDI. That comes from your research, your study. There's someone out there doing what you want to do. Find out how they got successful. Or if you have a job or you see a business, look at how they're doing it. It don't have to be yours, but look at what they're doing to be successful. And BDI, what parts of it you need. BDI. Study your goals, research your destinies, and learn your dreams. Now, here's something that I do on a constant basis. And I always watch me, y'all. I watch me a lot. You know, I record everything I do, and I have a show that I do every Tuesday and Friday evening at 9 p.m. that's free. It's on YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, and the Millionaire Mastermind Institute, LLC. All of that is live at 9 o'clock every Tuesday and Friday. All you got to do is tune in for 60 minutes. I have guests on a regular basis, just like these people speaking. They be guests on my show. And they teaching you things. And it's free. I practice. I have a 7-foot mirror that I stand in and I practice. I turn on my 50-something inch TV, and I bought it just for this purpose too. It paid for itself. I watch me. I have to improve upon me. So I watch me. I listen to what I'm saying. Even sometimes I say, damn, who's that? That person is so brilliant. And I say, oh, that's me. I listen to what I say and how I teach, and I pick up on it and I improve upon it. I borrow what I do, B. I duplicate what I do, D. And I improve upon it to fit the situation. I watch me. You got people out there who do presentation and never go back and watch their presentation to find out where they can improve upon it. You have to learn what you're doing and practice, practice, practice. I'm going to give you how practice is. People see people like, I'm going to say one of my favorite ball players in the history of basketball. I love LeBron James. And I'm not a basketball person. I might watch a total of the whole season, maybe one game here, one game. I don't care a whole lot, but I love the person as a man for what he does. But I did learn, like him, Kobe Bryant, and a lot of other players, they go out and they get in one spot and might shoot 500 shots from one location. Then they'll go move over and shoot another few hundred from another location. And then in the game, see, now they're practicing. In the game, they'll shoot that shot. Oh, that was luck. That's not luck. They practice it so much. Here's the thing about practice. You've got to learn not to practice. You don't practice to get it right. You practice until you can't get it wrong. Y'all have no idea how many times they practice from one location. You shoot from one spot 500 times and see what happens. You move on, shoot from another spot 500. So when you get in the game and that spot is there, you shoot from there, you practiced it. You didn't practice it to get it right. You practice it until you can't get it wrong. That's what I do. I practice what I do, what I say, what I teach. And then when I'm in a live audience, I look at them to see how they're taking in what I'm saying. Practice, not to get it right. You practice until you can't get it wrong. One thing that's definitely a necessity. Let me give you a necessity. And Miss Henry just told you, Dr. Henry, she just told you. You must know your numbers, your business numbers. You got to know your business scores. You got to know about your Dun & Bradstreet, your tax ID, and you got to know how much money you have, and you got to open up a business account. One thing I'm gonna tell you, y'all, never, don't name your business after you. Because if the time comes and someone offers you millions of dollars for your business, you can no longer use, and you sell it, you can no longer use your name for nothing but ID. That's it. Do not name your business after you. William Murray speaking. I can't do that. I'm not going to do that. Do not name your business after you. Give your business a business name, a professional business name. So when you get fortunate enough where you say, well, I want to sell and you sell it, you're not selling you. You're not selling your name. You're only selling your business. That's a mistake that a lot of people make. But here's the thing, you got to know your numbers, y'all. You better have a book that you're writing everything down in, or a program that keeps all of your numbers. You understand this, numbers. See, you can't get wrong using numbers. Numbers is a fact entity. And I told you yesterday, truth and fact are undefeated since the beginning of time. Bob Marley said, the great Bob Marley, he said, numbers never end. There is no end to numbers. It is an infinitive number. If you are chasing money, money is a number, and you'll be chasing something for the rest of your life. That's why I say you don't count your money. There's so much that I can't get into now because it's too long an explanation. But understand what I'm telling you. And it boils down to not how much money you make, not how much money you. I was a realtor, y'all. I was one of the top realtors in the DC, Maryland, Virginia area. And I went to the yearly conference they have where all your top realtors are recognized. The top realtor of the year was a Remax. She did millions of dollars a year, millions. Well, guess what she had to do? And when I found that out, it blew my mind. She was in the process when they gave her the trophy and the plaque for being the top. She's in the process of filing bankruptcy. She didn't work and know her numbers. She was spending more money than she was bringing in. She was making millions, but she's spending a penny, a dollar, a dime, anything more than what she was bringing in. You can't do that. And you got to know your numbers. Now, in order, there are 3 P's that are necessary for success. 3 P's that are necessary for success. Y'all hear me out now. Hear me out. Preparation, patience, and persistence. Preparation, patience, and persistence. Yo, I'm hoping I'm putting something on your mind and making you see the necessity of your mindset. Now, I'm going to get into your mind in a moment. I'm going to blow your mind. Preparation leads to an easier road to your goals. Preparation leads to an easier road to your goal. See, I gave you this yesterday when I told you success follows a prepared mind? Your business, your goals. If you don't have business, your goals. Your mind's got to be prepared. Let me ask you a question. When the bird of paradise lands on your shoulder, are you prepared? Are you ready? When that opportunity comes, are you ready? Let's talk about patience. See, patience gives you the time and the calmness. You have to, y'all, success in business does not happen overnight. You see a gentleman, you see me now who's a 45-year entrepreneur. What you're looking at right now is 45 years of overnight success. And you know 45 years does not come overnight, baby. Patience. To plan your work your plan. There's a process to that. That's why I tell you, I teach you the thought and action process to success. It's a process. Now let's talk about persistence. Persistence is the drive you have in yourself to get there. Wake up knowing that you love the smell of possibility in the morning. Wake up knowing. What's the 3 P's? Preparation, patience, and persistence. See, I'm like I say, me being a mindologist, my job, my purpose is to be a blessing to whoever enters my life space at any given time, whether financial, entrepreneurial, personal, or business-wise. Love the smell of possibility in the morning. Love the smell of possibility. Are you getting what I'm saying? In the morning? Learn it and love it, study it, know it. Oh, y'all, something else that I'm very, 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 very adamant about. Something else that is a major business basic is your health. Your health is your wealth. Baby, your health is your wealth. Be very careful of your diet. Every time you eat or drink, you are either feeding disease or fighting it. You hear me? Every time you eat or drink, you are either feeding disease or you're fighting it. So you got to realize that everything that you like may not be good for you. Everything you like may not be good for you. You got all of this artificial stuff out here. You got watermelon, seedless watermelon, seedless grapes. This is fabricated fish, tilapia. You aren't supposed to eat that. It's not natural. Everything that you see that grows comes from a seed, including you. Including you. Think about what I'm telling you. How do you sleep at night? How many hours? Y'all, you got to rest your mind. You got to rest your body. Don't put strain on it. Stress kills. Stress kills you. Now, do you exercise? Do you exercise? Do you know one of the best 3 exercises that exist is walking, bicycle riding, and swimming are the 3 best exercises that exist. Are you doing any of either? Now, here's the thing about us. We must go out in the daytime, in the sunlight, and get vitamin D, feed our melanin. We've got to feed our melanin. That's what the sunlight and vitamin D is. It feeds your melanin, the strongest thing, the most positive thing about you in your body. And people of color is melanin. You've got to feed it. On lunchtime, go outside for 10, 15 minutes and walk. When you're going to work, get off the bus stop a block or two early. Going back home, walk a couple blocks to get to wherever your destination, your automobile. But know this, that the greatest wealth is your state of mind and body. See, I'm holistic, y'all. I don't eat meat, pork, dairy products. I don't smoke. I don't drink. And at my age, I got to shock y'all. One day I was about 3-4 months ago, I was on a panel like this. And the gentleman referred to me, he says, Mr. Murray, you're no longer a senior citizen. You are an elder. With your wisdom and your knowledge, with what you teach, the respect and the fact that you are a Baba makes you an elder. Listen and learn from your elders. You got to be smart and wise for that. And that was a privilege given to me. And I proudly accept it. Now, whenever you feel yourself not knowing what to do, or you're not moving up, or your inner conflicts have you bogged down, y'all go back to the basics. You know, I learned that I play semi-pro baseball, y'all. Yeah, I'm a heck of a baseball player. I love baseball. I don't care football, basketball, but I watch a baseball game. I played it for how many years? I retired from the league in 1983. I turned my papers in and retired from the league. They taught us when you're struggling, because you know baseball players, so you have shooters in basketball, they have struggling points where the basketball rim could be the size of a court, they couldn't hit it. But the thing that they taught me is always go back to the basics, because the basics will always move you forward. You may have started doing something that's taken away that you're not aware of, and you're struggling. Go back to the basics and work from there. The basics. I explained to you yesterday. Success comes in cans. Failure comes in cannots. Practice does not make perfect. Practice only makes for improvement. Success is your cans, what you can do. You don't never tell yourself you can't. I've done plenty of things I didn't think I could do, but I did it anyway, because I did not put the cannots there to stop me. When you are not pursuing your goals, you're committing spiritual suicide. Understand what I'm telling you. When you are not pursuing your goals, you are committing spiritual suicide. Let me tell you something about your spirit, y'all. See, in today's education, you learn how wrong you have been educated. How wrong you have been educated. They told you got 5 senses: sound, smell, taste, sight, and hearing. 5. But they never told you, they couldn't afford for you to know about your 6th sense. Your 6th sense is stronger than all 5 other senses put together. Your 6th sense is your spiritual sense. You have to learn how to listen to your spirit. It speaks to you daily. Now I'm gonna tell you a how. When you wake up in the morning, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, sometimes a solution to a problem that you have presents itself before you. Listen to your spiritual sense give you that. A lot of you will roll back over and go to sleep. Wake up an hour or two later and cannot remember what that solution was. Have pen and paper, write it down. That is your spiritual sense talking to you. I speak to my spiritual sense many times a day. It speaks to you several times. We just block it out and don't listen. Y'all learn to listen to your spiritual sense. It is too strong a sense, but they don't teach you about your sixth sense. I'm giving it to you. Start listening to yourself. Here's something, y'all, I was going to do later on, but I think I'm going to do it right now. Talking about your spiritual sense. No, no, I'm going to do it now. Let me tell you about the power of your brain. Now, you can see me, am I correct? You can see this handsome black man sitting here, silver hair, you know, dressed, looking halfway decent, and read everything around me, behind me. You can hear me. You can break down every word, every syllable, every sentence, every paragraph that I'm saying. You can hear me, am I correct? Now, here's how powerful your mind is. Your mind moves 930,000 times faster than sound. Oh man, that's him. What? No, your mind is so active that it can apprehend, comprehend, and understand everything and see stuff that's around you and break it down all at one time. Your mind moves 930,000 times faster than sound. How powerful is that? Now, let me give you a little bit more. When you're sleeping at night, or when you're sleeping, yeah, I'm told you, I'm gonna put something on you. Your mind is 4 times active as when you're awake. When you are at sleep, your mind is moving and working 4 times as much and as fast as when you're awake. That's why when you wake up in the morning, your mind is sharp, baby. It gives you solutions, answers, understanding. But we've so tuned out our sixth sense, we aren't aware that the most powerful sense that we have is giving us answers and solutions to what's going on. We just tune it out. Become more aware of your sixth sense and start using it. And you're going to be surprised. You are going to be surprised at how your life and your understanding is going to change. We've got to learn to work a system, y'all. There's a system out here, the repeatable process that allows us to duplicate magnificent results. I hope I've got stuff on you that you're understanding, that you're seeing. See, success, fact, this is a fact. Success is not of a short supply. Poor thinking habits keep most people poor. Poor thinking habits keep most people poor, the way you think. Don't you realize your thought process is the most powerful, the most necessary, and most of anything about you is your thought process. That's why I didn't choose, I was guided into, my God gave me this purpose, to educate you and teach you about your mind. Do not procrastinate on your goals, your dreams. I told you that procrastination is the assassination of your destination on your road to success, whether it's personal, spiritual, financial, or entrepreneurial. See, that's totally up to you. Let me give you this. Let me give you this. I wrote a paper on atomic habits. You are writing print. I'm in a lot of newspapers, magazines, articles, all of that. Habits is doing something that becomes automatic without really thinking about it. Habits. See, you have to learn how to build good habits and break the bad ones. Build good habits, break the bad ones. No high performance people, just high performance habits. Don't do no high performance with people. Just have high performance habits. Habits make your success or failures. Habits. See, habits determine your outcome. Habits determine your outcome. And here's the thing that makes habits hard to break. By the time you're 35, your life habits are pretty much set. That's why as you get older, some habits are hard to break because you've had them most of your life. But habits can be broken once you realize that the habit is not a habit that benefits you. Change that habit. Look at smoking. I have a remedy for smokers that can help you break your habit, even while you smoke. Now, I'm going to do a outdoor seminar July the 10th. Stay on my pages and look it up. You'll see it. It'll be posted. July 10th, I'm going to do a free seminar that's going to be 90 minutes to 2 hours. And I'm going to teach you that. I'm also going to give you the 40 most successful businesses that you can start right now with little or no money. Think about that by the time you're 35, your life habits are pretty much set. See, you have to be the architect of your habits. You have to be the architect of your habits. See, goals are okay. It's good. You got to have goals. But habits are more success oriented. What are you doing right now? What are you doing today that's to improve your tomorrow? Where is your mindset? What are you thinking? What are you doing? And where are you going? Remember, your choices are up to you. You can't force or make success if your habits are incorrect. Stay focused. What are the 3 P's? Think about it. What are the 3 P's? Preparation, patience, and persistence. Preparation, patience, and persistence. You want to be successful, y'all. Study, research. B, D, I. And practice, practice, practice. Not till you can't, not to get it right, but until you can't get it wrong. You know, there's a story out there that I tell about the gentleman who he had a huge air conditioning system for the building, and it went down. It just stopped running. So he said, "Oh my God, what am I going to do? I got to call someone to come fix this." And he called this repairman, and this little old man came out there, but he had and he looked at it, he checked everything, And then he pulled out a hammer and a little chisel. And then he went to one spot and he listened. He went to another spot and he listened. And then all of a sudden he took the chisel, put it against this one part of the unit and tapped it. And then he gave the dude a bill for like $2,500. And the guy says, wait a minute, what is this? He says, all you did was tap one spot. And you told me, he says, it's not the fact. He said, it's working correctly. He says, it's not the fact that you the bill isn't behind the work I've done. The bill is behind knowing where to tap. That's you. Know where to tap. Y'all, to reach the Millionaire Mastermind Institute, you can dial 301. No, yep, 301. Y'all, would y'all believe I got my number? I'm sorry, y'all. 240-619-2019 and give me a call. I'll give you a free 15-minute consultation. Won't cost you a dime. And for July the 10th, y'all, keep on my page. Or if you want to sign up for my July the 10th seminar, and it's free, it's in Upper Marlboro, Maryland. Go to, and it'll be up later on today because I had to change it. It's going to be backyardseminar3.eventbrite.com. backyardseminar3.eventbrite.com. And as I always tell you, if you keep pushing me, I'll pull you. If you keep pulling me, I'll push you. Y'all, it's not going to matter whether I'm pushing or I'm pulling y'all. We'll get there together. I love you, and ain't nothing you can do about it. So until next time, y'all, God bless. And Miss Donna Zimmerman, thank you, my love, my darling, my very good friend, for giving me the privilege of speaking at such a most powerful, powerful event. Thank you, my dear.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Murray. You started us out and you're helping us with the last day. And I love your 3 Ps: preparation, patience, and persistence. And one thing that I'm going to keep as a quote is, procrastination is the assassination to my destination on the road to success. And that's one thing I've had to learn. Don't wait to do stuff. When you got to do stuff, get it done, especially when you're a business owner, because you're building relationships. Your clients trust you. Your colleagues trust you.
Yes.
And as Leroy McKenzie said, trust is a very important thing when you are running a business. So whenever you say you're going to do something, do it. That's why it's important to always write everything down. Like all the speakers have said, write it down and then do it. Don't put it aside. As Professor Murray was saying, don't put it aside. Get it done right then and there. And by you attending this conference, or if you're going to listen to the replay, and you get all of these wonderful nuggets, don't just put those nuggets away. Implement those nuggets. Because like you said, procrastination is the assassination to my destination on the road to success. And that's one thing. This resonated with me because that's one thing that I'm learning, not to wait to do things. Because when you prepare and you're ready, no matter what happens, you have to be prepared and ready for your success and your greatness. And don't chase money, chase success. Because
success pays you.
Success pays you. Money doesn't. It's just tangible. That's all it is. But if you're successful, the money comes along. And Professor Murray, thank you so much for being a part of this.
And Danya, can I tell them if they want to copy my book, Climbing Success Mountain, all you got to do is go to my website at mminstitute.info, www.mminstitute.info, and it's right on the front page.
That's right. The Road to Success is Climbing to Success is a great book. That's what I meant to say. Climbing the Success Mountain is the book that I had, not the Road to Success.
Climbing Success. But because the whole thing, all of it is centered on, see at the bottom it says the road to success.
Yes. So I was kind of right.
You was right. Yes.
So everybody, we will be back. Go ahead and take your lunch break, and we will be back at 1 p.m. with Will Holmes. So see you in about an hour. Automatically. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for tuning in to day 2 of the Ultimate Biz Conference. We have been empowered. We have learned how to have that entrepreneur mindset. We have learned how to keep the IRS out of your pocketbook or wallet. We have learned what a banker looks for when you want to build a relationship with them, when you want to get a business loan from them or business credit. Dr. Joan Henry Fields taught us how to get our personal and business credit in order to have a successful business. Leroy McKenzie taught us how to be ready for business, how to set up your business. Professor William Murray taught us about the entrepreneurial mindset. Cheryl Sticker taught us how to build a relationship, how to speak to your customers where they will be willing to buy your products and services. And now we have Will Holmes, and he's going to teach you how to make money while in business. But first, I want to give you a little background with Mr. Holmes about who he is and what he does. And this is our agenda for the rest of the afternoon. We'll have Will Holmes, we'll have Janique Newway and Latanya Moore at 3 o'clock. But I want to give you a little background about Mr. Holmes, who he is. And William Holmes is the chairman of the board of the Baltimore City Chamber of Commerce. But that's not only what he does. Will Holmes is the founder of WHC, a business management and technology consulting firm serving government agencies, banks, universities, and growing organizations in North America, Africa, and Asia. And another thing I need to tell you about Mr. Holmes is that he does a lot of work with the local universities, where for students there who want to be an entrepreneur, who want to be business owners, he does a lot of training with them. I was part of his cohort training where he brought a bunch of us entrepreneurs together to help us grow our business, to help us update or create a new business plan. This man, he does a lot of wonderful things for other entrepreneurs. And I want to thank him so much for his willingness to be a part of the Ultimate Biz Conference, Bankrupt Proof Your Biz, UBC 2021. So thank you so much, Mr. Holmes. And now I am going to pass everything over to you and make you the host, because he has a wonderful presentation to give you. And the floor is yours, Mr. Holmes.
Tanya, thank you so much. I really appreciate you inviting me to speak to your group. It means a lot. And what I hope to do today is talk about my favorite topic, making money. And the reason, so with my consulting firm, when we work with organizations, there are usually 4 or 5 normal things that prevent a business from making money. And what I want to do in this 45 minutes is really just kind of go over those things and really kind of bring it all together and how you can not only identify those challenges, but also what to do to fix them. And these are the most common things and the most common ways to fix them. So I'm going to share my screen with you. Okay. So hopefully you can see this. Danya, can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can. We can see it.
Very good. All right. So here's the agenda for today. What I really want to cover. First, brief welcome. Then we'll get into finding the need and choosing what to sell. Very common issue among businesses that prevent them from making money. Then choosing your business model and how to determine pricing. Very important. Marketing basics. Then we'll talk about accessing capital. Brief, I know we've talked about that with prior speakers, but it is a big part of how to grow your company and how to make money. And then if we have any questions, we'll definitely have time for Q&A, and I will take questions as we go if there are any. So for those who are watching this live, who are with me in the Zoom session, please feel free to type in any questions you may have in the chat. I'll be looking for them and I'll answer them as I go. And of course, if for anyone who's watching this recording, please feel free to reach out to me and my team at whcusa.com. It's whcusa.com. So a little bit about me. I think Danya mentioned this. I won't take a lot of time, but we started in 2006, my company, WHC. Right now we have a staff of 18. We do a lot of work, government work. We work with universities, banks. We have clients in particular Kenya and a few other parts of Africa, a few other countries in Africa, but primarily Kenya and a little bit in Ethiopia, but then also a little bit in India. But definitely the majority of our work comes from work we do here with government agencies and universities and banks, and then lots of growing companies across the US. We have a meetup group that's been around for all 10 years, Baltimore Professionals and Entrepreneurs. We've been having free events for over a decade to make sure we're getting this information out to people who are aspiring entrepreneurs, or if they've been in business a while, just making sure that they have what they need so they can grow. And then, of course, I'm also chairman of the board of the Baltimore City Chamber of Commerce. If you don't know what the Chamber of Commerce is, basically, it's a resource for the city that's really designed to connect people to what they need, especially business owners and professionals. In particular, access to capital is usually a huge deal. How to get connected to customers and new contracts, technical assistance for their business. So I've been in that role for 2 years, and we started off at about 260 when I took over, and now we're over 400. So I just updated that the other day. Lots of clients. You can see the logos here. I won't go over that, but we've been very fortunate since 2006 to start off with a lot of smaller clients and really build our way up to having these large clients like Goldman Sachs and Johns Hopkins and Morgan State and Department of Defense and the state of Maryland and Baltimore County and so on and so forth, and lots of great partners in the community. And those partners have really come from the free training classes and things we've been doing over the last decade. So very thankful to them. They helped me out a lot, and I always do my best to support them as well. Lots of awards. I won't list them all here, but senators, governor, comptroller, a few mayors, and mainly, those awards all come from the work we do in the community, and I'm really, really, really proud of that. But my greatest accomplishment is my son. He's the best thing that ever happened to me, and he's 12 now. He's too big to fit on my shoulders, but he is definitely the best thing I've ever done, and I take great pride in being a great dad. I share that with you just so you can know a little bit about me. I think it's important that you understand who's talking to you. And so now I want to go into the heart of this presentation, finding the need and choosing what to sell. It's the first part of the meat of this presentation. So when it comes to finding the need, one of the things that you're gonna see, or you may feel as you grow your business, is that it feels like it's very overwhelming. It feels like it's very complicated. There are a lot of moving parts, and it's true. There are. When I work with students or work with companies that are getting started, and they have these really complicated ideas, I said, yes, this is a complicated thing, but the simplicity of business is this: in order to make money, you have to find a need, you fill that need, you get paid. Find a need, you fill a need, you get paid. That is the core simple essence of business. And once you start getting away from that is when you start to lose money, usually. So what do I mean? So if you're trying to figure out what to sell or maybe what to start selling next, usually when we work with clients, big or small, we use this Venn diagram, these 3 circles. And where they overlap is what we usually say, hey, that's probably what you should sell. But what we mean is, so the first circle, your expertise. What are you good at? What's your unfair advantage? The thing that you do better than other people, other companies. And then it may be a few things that you're really great at. but you should list them in that circle. And so usually what I tell to a business, get a blank wall or a whiteboard or something like that, draw 3 circles. From there, you can just take some stickies and you can just really put answers in there, and it's easy to work with. That's what we do when we go into a company. Make these circles and use stickies. But with those stickies, what are your areas of expertise? In particular, I want you to think about the thing that you could talk about for 8 hours straight, nonstop. You can answer most questions about it. That's probably the thing, or one of the things that you're really good at. And you're probably pretty passionate about it too, if not at least very knowledgeable. But list all the things where your areas of expertise. Then the second circle, I want you, and this is over here to my left, issues that people will pay you to fix now. So why is that? Why is the now underlined? Well, the thing is, money, 2 years from now, it sounds good, but you can't really run your business on that. You can't pay your bills on that. That's not really going to help you. What you really need to have, what you have to think about is, what can I sell right now that people will buy right now? And because that's how you get money. And money is the lifeblood of your business. Okay, cash flow. Cash flow rules everything around me. That's why when we talk about companies going bankrupt, it's the cash flow that runs out. So you have to think about, what will people pay you for right now to fix? Also, there are things that that they may need, but they won't pay a lot of money for. Especially if you work with a lot of small businesses, even like a conference like this, great information, but not everyone will pay money to come. Only certain businesses will do that. And especially if they're small and starting out, they usually don't have a lot of capital to work with. So it's hard for them to spend money on things, especially if they're small and getting started, even though they need this information very badly. And there are lots of examples of that. But I want you to think about, in particular, your target customer, people you may want to work with or want to sell to. What are some issues that they have that they want to fix right now, especially if they're creating pain? Whenever you sell, you should think about the pain points. What are people's pain points? What's causing them discomfort? Because people usually will buy things to make themselves feel better or to stop pain. So think about that. And then take your stickies and put that in that circle. The next circle is chaos in your target industry, or your target market, or in your community. So what does that mean? That's where there's pain. That's where there's trouble. That's where there's conflict. That's where there is a problem. That's where there's something that needs a solution. Now, there may already be other similar solutions out there, and that's fine. It doesn't mean you can't start selling what everybody else is selling. You just got to do it better than they do. But if you can, in particular, if you can find areas that really need some help, that people are really willing to pay for, and it falls in your area of expertise, where those things overlap, that's what we always recommend you should focus on selling. There's no point in selling things to people that they don't want to buy, or selling things to people who don't have money, or selling things to people that they don't want to buy right now. That's the quickest way to go out of business. So as you think about finding the need, you should consider your knowledge and abilities in real life. I've heard people say, oh, once I finish my degree, once I do this, once I do that, then I'll start. And that's fine. If you need a degree, if you need a certification in order to sell what you're going to sell, provide that level of service, great. Totally understand that, okay? But in many cases, I find that people are finding excuses to push it off. Now, of course, if you need a certification, you need a certain level of education to provide service. That's not what I'm saying. That's totally different. But if you have everything you need, think about what you have right now that you can sell, because you need money right now. Next, your budget and cash flow. So if you, depending on what you're going to sell or buy, sell to people, either a product or service, you may need startup capital to buy it. How much money do you have in real life to get this started? And I'm going to show you how to figure this out in just a little bit. It's more than, oh, I'll get it together, I'll hustle and grind. That's going to take a long time usually. And often you've missed the opportunity in the market. I want you to really think about, how can I get this capital together? How can I get money together? Can I borrow it? Can I take out a loan? Can I get a credit line? And can I get my credit together over a period of time? You need money. Now, I'll tell, like right now, I'm looking at my wallet right now. I got 20 bucks. It's all the cash I have like on me right now. But that's not gonna buy a lot. But this card right here, my credit line for my business, that's what allows me to pay people, make payroll. Like, so when my clients are paying me late, I can still pay my team. I got 18 people. So it's important that you think about your budget for your business, your budget for your personal expenses, and your cash flow. What money do you have in real life? Or how can you access money? Next, your time. How do you balance your life? Like for me, my son has never seen me work for anybody. I've been in business 15 years and he's 12 years old. That was one of the reasons why I started my company. I did not want to be a dad that didn't spend time with his son. I wanted to spend time with my son. So I made a company that allows me to do that. I work from home most days, and I have for the last 15 years. So you can build a company that makes sense for your life. And I encourage you to do so. You run your business. Don't let your business run you. But you have to think about, what's your time like? If you're going to have your 9 to 5 and do this on the side, great. But it's not on the side. When I get to it, it's okay. I come home, I get home by 6. I'm going to do that. I'm going to take care of the kids, 6 to 8, 6 to 9, whatever. I'm going to work my business from 9 to 12 every day or whatever. You have to balance your time. You've got to manage your time. If not, it's not going to work. It's like building a wall with bricks. You can take a weekend to build it, go hard, put the time in, bring some friends, knock it out. Or you can take the next 2 or 3 years here and there as you have time, or as you prioritize the time. Because it takes the same amount of effort to build it. Just a matter of how much time you want to put in right now. You control that. Next, your team. Who do you have that you can call on? Who do you know that can work with you? Okay, the load is lighter when more people are helping to carry it. Also, the sooner you get out of your day-to-day of your business, the quicker you'll make more money. Next, where can you make the most money? And who has it? So why do bank robbers rob banks? Because that's where the money is. You keep trying to sell to people who don't have any money, you're not going to have any money. About maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago, no longer than that, maybe like 10 years ago, we used to do a lot of websites for small companies. Then one day, and we would maybe charge like $1,000 at the time, because that's all they could really afford at the most in those days. Now, but then, maybe 9, 10 years ago, a bank saw some of the work we did, and they're like, wow, that's really great. Can you make a site for us? I said, absolutely. What's your time frame and budget? They said, oh, well, we want to start right away, and we have about $10,000. We want a site pretty much like the one you did for that company. They were going to pay 10 times as much because they saw the value in it. Same work, same effort, they saw the value. I immediately changed who I was marketing to, and my customers changed. I wasn't going to chase people for $1,000 anymore, but I decided I would chase somebody for $10,000. Where can you make the most money? What skill sets do you have that can really allow you to make your money? Next, what allows you to manage the business and not work in it? What do I mean by that? Like with my company, in most cases, I'm not doing the work on projects. Some of them I still do. I try and get out of it though, because when I'm out of the day-to-day, I can focus on getting bigger and more contracts, and keeping my team busy. When I'm in the day-to-day, that's not being done. It's not done as at a rate and a quantity as I would want. So you have to think about, what can you do to pull your team together? Or what can you do to use certain technology? Or what can you do to have certain connections so that you can manage your time more effectively, and really grow your business as quickly as possible. The faster you grow, the more money you'll make now, the more money you'll make over time. So this is a lot, but what I really want to say about this slide is that it's more than just selling to other people. Okay. Also, I know a lot of the folks on this call may be minority, African-American, women-owned businesses. And I know we talk about buying Black and supporting Black, and we absolutely should, but everybody else is also, they're supporting their own community and they're global. They're selling to everybody else. And they're selling to the government and they're selling to other businesses. So I need you to think about, okay, how can I sell what I've been selling to people, to other individuals, either online or in person or at my shop? How can I sell that to other businesses? How can I sell to the government? Why is that important? Well, a person will usually buy one thing at a time, maybe bulk, maybe. They may, buy 10, maybe 10 if they're having a party. They have a big family, but in most cases, people buy usually one thing at a time. But businesses, they'll buy in bulk because they're going to try and buy it at a lower price and sell it at a higher price so they can make money. That's a profit they want to make. So how can you prepare your business to sell, instead of the same time and effort to sell one thing to one person, what if you could sell 100 things to one company? And then the government is even bigger. What if you could sell 10,000 things to one agency? Obviously, there's amount of capital you have to have, and there's a team and all that. But if you start thinking about it now and building the foundation for it now in your business, you will be ready. That's, these are the ways, by scaling your company, that's how you get to be $1 million business. That's how you can have a team of 10, 20, 30 people, or make 20 million or 5 million or 10 million, 20, 30 million. It's just scaling the business. And you have to find customers who will support who want to buy what you're selling, and who will buy at a level that allow you to hit your revenue goals. Often people will say, well, where do I start? I think you really should start with how much money you want to make. Before you do anything else with your business, how much money do you want to make? Because that should determine what you sell. And what do I mean? Well, I'm good at making not a lot of food, different types of food, but my son likes it when I make this curry tuna fish. I like it, he likes it. Some other people kind of like it. Not everybody likes it, right? But if I were to try and sell that, I probably wouldn't make a lot of sales. But I'm also good at consulting government agencies, and they pay a lot of money to have me come and talk. I could choose. I could sell curry tuna fish sandwiches here and there, or I could spend my time figuring out how I can sell and get $500,000 contracts from the Department of Defense. It's my choice, my call. Same amount of time, same amount of days, same amount of hours in a day. But I choose to go for the one that allows me to make the most money, to hit my revenue goal. So start with your revenue goal and then work backwards and figure out, what can you sell to help you to hit that? How many customers do you need to help you to hit that? That's how you make money. You plan it. Don't let it manage you. You manage your business. You manage towards your sales goals. Don't let it manage you. So now we're going to talk about choosing your business model and pricing. This may look complicated, but after I explain it, I think this is going to be very helpful, because everyone I explain it to, they're like, wow. So 5 scenarios here, and they're all divided by these vertical red lines, okay? Scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3, scenario 4, scenario 5. The circles represent people, okay? People in a company, or people on a team, or a staff of a company. Where they're blue, the blue part of the people, that's business expenses. Basically what it takes for them to do their job and to pay them. The green, you'll see, is if they are doing things, if they are working hard enough, or there are enough sales that they are actually making money for the company by doing what they're doing, okay? And then the red, that red line, the horizontal red line, this horizontal red line says day to day. This is whether or not the owner of the business is involved in the day-to-day of the business. So let me explain a little further. So here's scenario one, this one blue circle right here. And that's you, by yourself. And for the purposes of this, we're making cupcakes, okay? So that's you by yourself all day long making cupcakes. And guess what? You sell your cupcakes for $3.49 each. Why? That's just an arbitrary number you figured out, kind of, but also you know how much it costs for you to buy ingredients, for you to make cupcakes, and then have a little left over to make more cupcakes tomorrow. There's no profit, there's not a lot of money, there's no money left over, but it allows you to stay in business. And that's fine, nothing wrong with that. But if you get sick, that's a problem. If you get hurt, that's a problem. If something happens where you can't open your shop, like a pandemic is happening, or people can't come to your shop, that's a problem. Because then you don't have money coming in and you're going to go out of business really fast. Because it's just you. But that's your choice. Scenario two, you see here, and remember, you're selling at $3.49 a cupcake. Scenario two, you're like, wait a second, I went to Will's webinar. He said I should raise my prices. So you raised your price from $3.49 per cupcake to $3.69 per cupcake. And look what happened. Now all of a sudden you've got some green. That's profit. Based on the amount of work that you do every single day, because you're charging more, you have money left over. So you've got money to make cupcakes today, money to make cupcakes tomorrow, and you have money left over. That's profit. That's great. But if you notice, you're still in the day-to-day. You're still working 12 hours a day by yourself. Something happens, you're in trouble. Scenario three. Scenario three, if you notice here, you're starting to come out of the day-to-day. You know why? Because you raised your prices from $3.69 to now $3.79 a cupcake. $3.79 a cupcake, you can actually bring some more people on. 3 other people, and they're working, and you have enough business coming in where they're staying busy enough where it covers their expenses, that's the blue, and there's enough money left over from their individual work. Actually, each person is making a profit for the company. Now, what does that mean? That means that you have done what you need to do to have the right technology, have the right equipment, have the right marketing happening, so they're staying busy. If your employees are not busy, that's your fault. Don't get mad at them that no calls are coming in or there's no customers coming in. That's your fault. Because if you kept them busy, they'd be making money for you. But you're still working. You're out of it a little bit. Now, instead of working 12 hours a day, you maybe work 9, get to go home. But also, if you look here, you're making money off of 3 other people. So you're making more money and you have more time at home. Scenario 4, notice you're mostly out of the business, the day-to-day. But guess what? Now you've got 4 people working. Why is this person over here mostly blue and these other ones are green? Are they slacking off? No, they're your administrative person. At a certain point, you need to hire an administrative person because all your payroll, your taxes, your bookkeeping, your accounts payable, your accounts receivable, someone needs to do that in every single company. And it's usually you, the owner. But you need to pass that off. As soon as you can pass that off, then you may say, oh, they're an expense. They're not making money. They are helping to keep the business going. And if you do it right, it frees you up to get even more business in. You're still in the day-to-day a little bit, but most of the time you're out getting more contracts. You have to keep your team busy. Now here's scenario 5. You are totally out of the day-to-day. You're not even making cupcakes. You've been making cupcakes for such a long time, you don't even remember how to make a cupcake. But your team knows. You've got 9 people working. All of them are working diligently. It covers their own expenses and there's profit. You're making profit off of the efforts of every single person. Now, these 5 scenarios, none of them is wrong. They're not wrong. Nothing's wrong. Like, you can choose what you want. Also, as you grow your business, you may go through some of these, especially if you don't have a lot of money to get started. This is how you grind it out. over time, raising your prices, finding more customers, finding customers who will pay, and then adding to people. This could take you 5, 6, 7, 10 years without a lot of capital to get started. What do I mean? So think about this. Let's say there's two ladies. One, her name is Jen. Other name is Kim. Jen has bad credit. Family's not really wealthy. She has a little bit of money saved up, not a lot, but she is great at making cupcakes. Fantastic at making cupcakes. Delicious cupcakes. But guess what it's going to do? What's going to happen? It's going to take Jen 5 years to get to scenario 5. Because she's got to put a little bit of money put a little bit of money away every single cupcake in order to save up for her space, or to save up for this, or save up for that. But then Kim has great credit. Kim has a rich uncle. She has friends who have money. So when she tells them, I'm going to open up this cupcake shop, guess what? They loan her $30,000. Then she goes to the bank, and she has great credit and a business plan and some startup capital. They may give her another 50, 60, 70. She has close to 80, 90, $100,000 to get started. On day one, she goes to scenario 5. She's a boss on day one because she has startup capital. She can hire people. She can hire equipment. She can buy equipment. She can get the shop that she wants on day one because she has good credit and she has startup capital. It won't take her 5 years to get to that point like it will for Jen. That's the difference between having a little money in your pocket and a lot of credit. That's the difference. So talk a little bit about pricing. As I talked about cupcakes, as you can see here, each cupcake, when you were selling it for $3.49 a cupcake, you didn't have any money left over. That was just enough to cover expenses to make the cupcakes today and make some cupcakes tomorrow. Just keeping you in business, basically just keeping the lights on. But when you raised your prices, you had to $3.99, you had money for profit, for savings. Here's something you probably don't hear a lot, but also investments, okay? Retirement, your salary. Like, Will, retirement? I work for myself. Yes, just because you're working for yourself doesn't mean that you should not be saving, putting money aside. Every single cupcake, like whenever every single thing that we sell, the money that comes to me out of that project, I make sure some goes to my retirement, some goes to my savings, some goes to my investments. And of course, also I get paid as well. And then we have profit left over that I keep in the company because my pricing is appropriate. And I take into account all the things I'm really trying to do with the money that we bring in. Often what people think is like, oh, I've got money left over. I'm going to do this or that with, I'm going to go on a trip. No, you probably aren't budgeting it right. Because if you have money left over from selling your cupcakes that day, are you going to always be the ones making cupcakes? Can you use some of that money to hire somebody? What about labor? Are you doing all the marketing yourself? What about hiring someone to do those posts on Instagram? Okay. Hopefully you're paying, maybe you're not, maybe you're making this out of your kitchen illegally. Maybe you don't have a commercial kitchen. Do you have money to pay for a commercial kitchen or get your own space, to pay for rent, to recruit people? A big challenge that comes up is if you have a team, keeping that team. So you need money for recruiting and constant training, constant recruiting, not just, 2 people quit yesterday. Reinvesting in the business. You can have a better oven, have a bigger space. Are you paying yourself? Often, business owners aren't paying themselves a salary. And I mean, also depending on your business entity choice, it may be differently the way your accountant tells you to pay yourself or how you get paid. But is there money going towards your own salary or paying yourself? Often people just have businesses and the money just kind of comes in and goes, and they're not paying themselves? Are you planning for profit? Are you planning for your savings and your investments? None of us are getting any younger. So I want you to think about these things, but even better, I want you to go online. It's a great tool. Highly recommend it. It's called a 12-month cash flow forecast. I use this with big companies, $1 million, billion-dollar companies. We use this all the time. And with small companies. And the people sometimes they feel overwhelmed. Oh, look at all those numbers. No, I mean, they're just numbers. It's not like you're doing calculus. It's really just addition and subtraction. And it's really just a big budget. That's all it is. So this middle part, this bigger section with more numbers, and you should, where you can download it, if you were to look up Google these words, SCORE, SCORE, then 12-month cash flow. SCORE is under the SBA, Small Business Administration. There's a free Excel spreadsheet you can download. I haven't had any issues with viruses or anything like that from that download. Nice and clean, you download it, and you can use it to plan out the growth of your business. Also, this is a tool that we use when we work with a company and write their business plan. We use this so that, as part of the plan to show how the company is going to grow, how it's going to make money, what are the expenses involved each month. So I'm going to actually just almost want to check the chat real quick, make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, good. All right. And also, I've been talking probably like 30 minutes or so. If this is making sense to you, let me know in the chat right now. This is making sense. Send me an emoji. If this is resounding with you, if this makes sense to you, let me know in the chat. Let me know if this is making sense. Or if you have any questions. But this 12-month cash flow, the middle part, each where it says month 1, month 2, month 3, month 4 through 12, those are months, okay? Where it says, in the middle, these are your expenses. So you would say, okay, this is maybe where you put your gas and electric, your phone bill, the gas that you use for your car. All those things are important. Now, and don't just put placeholders. If it's colder where you are in the winter and hotter in the summer, there are probably going to be some fluctuations. Also, you may say, look, I'm going to hire somebody in month 10. You should be thinking, okay, if I'm going to hire someone in month 10, it's going to take them a while to really kind of get up to speed. It may take them 2 months. I'm going to need enough money in month 8 or 9 so I can cover paying them for like 2 months. So that means I got to do some more sales in month 4, 5, 6, or get a line of credit or whatever it is. It allows you to plan ahead for bigger expenses and things you want to do to expand your business. In turn, at the top, that's where money comes in. So here's where you should list all the ways that you get money. Maybe you have a shop, maybe you do consulting, maybe you sell books, maybe you do this. Whatever it is, all the different ways you bring in money, and show where that money is going to come in during the month. And also don't just let's say you win like a $10,000 contract or something, or a $12,000 contract, we'll just say, oh, I'm going to get $1,000 a month. I want you to realistically look at the terms on that agreement. Like for example, with the government, they're supposed to, we have an agreement, but usually they pay late. They're supposed to pay me 30 days. So if I do the work in month 1, I may get paid in month 2 or 3, but probably it might be month 4 or 5. So with your cash flow, you should be thinking about, when do I actually get paid in real life? Because if you don't put that in, you're going to throw off your numbers. You won't be able to plan appropriately. It's okay to have zeros. That's real. Also, those are like red flags to you. Okay, I got zeros in this line. I got to make up for it somewhere else. I got to sell something else. So we quickly went over finding a need, choosing your business model, and pricing. Like I said, if you have any questions about these things, please just let me know. Reach out to me at whcusa.com. What I want to do is go really quickly in marketing, like super quick, like 5 minutes, because this is an area that people have trouble with. And then I'm going to get into just a little bit on credit. Like I know we talked about this before. I want to show you why this is important for staying out of trouble. So, but first, marketing, all right? Very basic. If you're going to do any kind of marketing, it needs to be consistent. I usually recommend thinking about 3 categories. People say, what do I post? What do I do? Think about your 3 categories. Mine is father, leader, businessman. I don't post about who I'm dating. I don't post about politics. I don't post about religion. I don't post about anything else. Father, leader, businessman. That's what I post. That's my brand. That's what we talk about. And that's it. So on social media, when we put information out, and of course, those are more like my brand awareness posts, things that we do on purpose so that people know who we are as a company. But then, of course, we have paid advertisings that are really designed to push people to do something. So and those would fall under social media. Also, we would pay for keywords. So an online search, when someone looks up business consultant Baltimore, we would come up. Or I would pay someone to help with my search engine optimization so that these things come up. Or pay someone to really manage our retargeting on YouTube so these things come up and they send them to us. Email campaigns, building an email list. I've had this, I think about 20,000 people on our list now because I've been talking to entrepreneurs in this area for 15 years. I manage that list. I communicate with them often. They know me, they trust me, they listen. Online ads, and of course, referrals. People may refer people to you. You may have referrals on other sites. You may pay to put your link on other sites. Whatever it is, these things are usually paid ways to generate traffic to you. Now, you may push them to a blog page on your website. You may push them to a landing page you've set up with maybe some service or a landing page on your website. What's the difference? The reason I say blog page as opposed to maybe your home page, on most people's home pages, it's usually very general information. So usually I say, push them at least to a very specific thing on your site so they can know what it is. So people will often use their blog as a way to kind of talk about specific things to kind of generate traffic to their site. Or they create a landing page, which is really a specific page you want people to land on and then learn about the thing that they clicked the ad for earlier. It's not all the things about your business. It's just about that one thing you're talking about selling, that one concept, that one service. Then that should then push, you should either get a sale or information. And that goes, goes into your website, which is probably linked to what's called a CRM, customer relationship management system. And they used to be very expensive. Now they're pretty inexpensive. And it's connected to your site. Basically, it's a customer database. So this information is not just going in your email, or it's not just going into your phone or something like that. It's going into a database where you can really take care of the data, clean up the data, use it for email marketing, use it for reselling, use it for managing every time you talk to that person, what happened on that call. It's like, when you call your bank and they can look at the notes and see what you were talking about to the other person last time, you can have the same thing. And it's important because then the beauty of it is not just so that you can remember when you talk to them, this allows you to duplicate yourself. See, our CRM, I put something in about Mr. Jones. I don't have to tell Kim, can you call Mr. Jones? I don't have to spend 30 minutes bringing her up to speed on Mr. Jones. All my notes are in the CRM. She can just read it. All the attachments, all the emails, all our correspondence, his contract, his payments history, all in the CRM. I don't have to tell her anything except assign a task to her to go call her. This allows me to duplicate myself so I can grow the company. And then, of course, all these things are connected to your online payment systems. And then, of course, it should push to your bank account. This very basic setup, I don't know if it seems basic to you, but this setup right here, if you're missing any of these pieces, you need to put these things in place so you can make money, no matter what you're selling. Services, digital downloads, products, you need to have a way so that everything is integrated so that you can track your clients, track the information, push it to your online system, your accounting system, and then eventually to your bank account. Now we're going to get into accessing capital. We have about 5 or 6 minutes. So I'm going to go really fast. And I'm really going to focus on one thing in particular that you really need to know in order to really grow your company. So the 5 C's, you may have heard about this earlier, But when you work with a bank, how they really look at credit worthiness, or they're going to give you a loan, usually they refer to the 5 C's. What are the 5 C's? I'm only going to really go over one pretty heavy in these next few minutes, but you need to know about these. I'm going to go high level on the others. Conditions, that's the first C. So that's what's happening in the market. That's things that create higher interest rates or lower interest rates. Or if the economy's down, they're not as likely to lend money out. Or they're going to charge a higher rate, to certain industries. Or they might say, look, I'm not going to loan out money to restaurants right now because they're shutting down because of the pandemic. That's happened last year. So you should know the market conditions and how it affects your industry. Next, capacity. So if you have $1,000 of credit and you max it out all the time, to a borrower, that's scary. That's risky. They don't want to work with you. But if you keep your debt, your utilization to under 35%, that's great, right? Also, what they look at is how much money you make. So if you have a certain amount of money you make every month, let's say $10,000, but your debts that you have are $8,000, $9,000, that's also very scary to a lender. They're gonna say, we don't want to lend to them. So you have to just really pay attention to your debt to income ratio, utilization rates. Those things are used by by creditors to determine whether or not they're going to lend to you. The utilization rate is more so in the credit history part, but it does come up quite often when we're talking about capacity. Like, how much capacity do you really have to do things? How much credit line do you really have? Capital. That's how much money do you have right now? Like, you actually have. How much skin in the game do you have? How much have you invested in your business already? Oh, you just want to use the bank's money to risk it all to start your, no, that's not going to work. So how much money do you actually have? Have you reached out to family and friends? Do you have any money in the bank at all? Next, collateral. Do you have a car that's paid off? Do you have equipment you can use? One of the number one reasons that minority businesses don't get loans is they don't have any collateral. So because the lender looks at that, oh, okay, we don't want to have to repossess something with a secured loan, but if we, that makes it a little less risky for us to give this person some money. And then character. So character often really refers to your payment history, okay? Now, there are a lot of things you can measure to measure the effectiveness of how your business is growing and to how to manage it. But I will tell you, just as important as how much money you make or how much money you have in the bank, your credit score is the second most important numbers you need to know. Why? Because, like I said, if you just go off the money you have in your pocket, you can't really do too much. But if you have access to capital, if you have credit line, if you have a bank loan, that will get you through the slow times. That will allow you to pay bills while you're waiting to get paid. As you grow, you need that money. There is no other way around it. You need capital to get past that $80,000, $90,000, $100,000, $200,000 level. A lot of people, they can get there, 150, 200. I've seen them. I mean, I did it without really having any credit. But then when I wanted bigger contracts, I needed to have access to capital, because then I couldn't afford to, out of my pocket, to pay people for 90 days while I waited to get paid by the DOD. And once I got a line of credit and access to capital, bigger contracts, bigger opportunities. But what I use is to really look at it every day. TransUnion and Experian, they have apps that I use. It tells me where my credit score is every single day. Give me alerts if something happens, if my utilization goes up or whatever. And I pay like maybe $9, $10 a month for those. Equifax doesn't have an app. You go on their website, you can sign up for a similar service. So altogether, I may pay $30, $40 for all three, but it is it is the most important thing besides how much money you have in your bank that you need to know. Because if your credit score going up is your way to build your company, without a doubt. So to think about your credit score in these last couple minutes, I want to go quickly. Your credits, and you can go to I found this on Investopedia, really great article. So I recommend going there. But there, there's your credit score is weighted, and you should know what they are. First, the highest weight goes to, or importance goes to, your payment history. Okay, you need to know your FICO score. You need to know if you're paying people on time. So you should know when your creditors are reporting to your credit bureau. You should know that. You can ask them that, and you should pay attention to when it's, how much is being reported, like what your balances are. You may say, oh, I'm going to pay it off later on this month. If you're always doing that after they report it, you're always going to have a high balance, and your score is going to always stay low. You need to understand when they report, and you need to keep your pay on time and keep your balances low. That's your, that's your payment history. Next, your amounts owed. How much do you owe? If you have a lot of credit, but you're maxing it out every month, that's scary. Okay, it means there's a greater chance that you're going to default. That's very scary. So please make sure you're paying attention to how much do you owe. Next, length of credit history. So one thing that happened to me after the last, not the very last recession, but one in 2008, I was like, oh, I'm not gonna have any credit. I'm just gonna buy things cash. I'm not gonna get into debt again. Problem was, when I went to go buy some property, even though I had lots of money, they said, no, well, you don't have any credit. I said, well, I've had houses in the past. That's ridiculous. Well, that falls off after 7 years, Mr. Holmes. So I had to rebuild my credit history, get credit cards and things like that. So it's important that you maintain your accounts, you keep them open, you keep them in good standing. That helps you to build up your credit. Credit mix. It's a game. The lenders want you to owe money to different types of things. You got to play the game to have a good credit score. So credit cards, retail, finance companies, mortgage loans, you don't have to have all of them, but you should have a mixture. It can't just be 2 credit cards. So you should pay attention to that and be very strategic about it so you can really manage and maximize your credit score. And then finally, new credit. It's very scary to a lender if you go ahead and open up a whole bunch of accounts. So once again, you need to be strategic. Okay, I need to build my credit up. Maybe I'm going to open up 2 accounts this month, 2 next month, 2 the following month. And then finally, I just want to, before we go, just really make sure you understand that once you get your credit together, in most cases, bigger banks want your score to be 680, 700 or higher, and they want you to be able to show you some kind of cash flow, money coming in. There are other organizations called CDFIs where your score can be lower, community development financial institutions. They work with the government, and they're designed to help people whose business owners whose credit is not as high, who still need access to capital. And then there are other financing options as well. But with any of these, make sure you have these things ready. So your business registration documents, of course, having your business in good standing with the state. So make sure you're paying that $300 a year. You can't open a bank account and you can't get any credit if that's not in good standing. But having your articles of incorporation, organization, whatever it is, the type of business entity you have, you need to have that ready. Of course, they're going to ask you for loan documentation, personal ID, 2 to 3 years of personal and business taxes, 6 months of personal and bank statements and business bank statements. So if you're just using one account right now and mixing your money, business and personal, that's really, really bad. You can get in a lot of trouble. You can get audited. You can get sued. So definitely make sure you're separating your business and personal expenses, and you should have them in 2 different accounts so you can show that you are paying yourself or moving money out to cover personal expenses and keeping the business money in just for the business. A business plan, for most banks want to see a business plan. Collateral, that car, maybe instead of turning it in and getting $1,000 or $2,000 for it, maybe keeping it and using it as collateral in your next loan. If you have any money, cash, any other equipment, like being cautious, taking care of it so you can use it as collateral for loans. When you're going for a loan, very important, you should know what you're going to use it for. Remember your cash flow projections? That is a great tool to show, well, look, based on my cash flow projections, I need about $50,000, and here's what I need it for. I'm going to spend this on this, and this on this, and this on this, and it comes out to $50,000. And then the last thing is your management resume, the resumes of your team. to really show that, hey, look, I have the squad, we have the skill sets, we have the experience, we're going to make it happen. And then also your profit and loss and balance sheets prepared by a CPA. If you don't have these things, that's why I made this list, so you can start to pull them together, because you're going to need that when you're ready to actually access capital. So I think I'm at time. I appreciate you all so much tuning in and listening. Let me see. Danya, are you there?
Yes, I'm right here. And
Oh.
don't forget to make me the host again. And I
I
want
will
to
make
thank
you.
you so much, Will, because that's why I think Bankrupt Proof Your Biz was very important, because we emphasize on the financial part of being in business. And with your presentation, Dr. Phil's presentation, Daltree's presentation, and and the banker's presentation really helped people to understand that you start a business, but you have to be financially prepared. Financially, you need to have financial education when it comes to running your business. That was the theme behind Bankrupt Proof Your Biz this year, because of the pandemic, and a lot of people had to close because they didn't know their numbers. They were not financially literate when it came to their business. So does anybody have any questions for Mr. Holmes before we let him go? Any questions? The one thing I really resonated with your presentation is you can create products and services, but if your customers are not buying them, you need to know what your customers need and want in order to make the right products and services. And I put a note for myself that I need to start doing more surveys and do beta testing to see what products and services resonate with my customers. So I'm gonna start doing that, because I think that's very important for you to know what you're going to sell, instead of wasting your time creating products and services that nobody's going to buy. And that part of the presentation really resonated with me. And thank you for that.
Thank you. I'm here to help. And let
Yeah.
me tell you, most people get very passionate about what they're trying to sell and buy. So that's a common thing. It happens to me. I'll make things sometimes like, and I'm like, oh, I probably should see if people actually want to buy this. But I get passionate about things. I create things sometimes, and then I'll test it out. But usually when someone says, yes, look, we should at least talk to 100 people. So if you can't find at least 100 people to talk to you about this, how are you going to market to them? How are you going to, talk to you for free for 5 minutes, or you over time with surveys? Also, surveys are very effective, but often people don't respond. So it's a combination of surveys, follow-up phone calls, maybe even getting people in a group type thing. But once you get to that 100 surveys, 100 pieces of data, that's a great way to see, one, what do they need? What are they currently using? What are some gaps in the thing they're currently using? What are some things that they would say that they would love to see in this new solution? How much would they pay for the new solution? How often would they buy this thing? That's really important, because not that would they just buy it once. You can't really, that means, customers buy it one time. Will they buy it every month? That helps you to then go back to your cash flow and figure out what's the possible amount of money I can make. So you're absolutely right. Taking the time to talk to customers before you actually make it, or at least go hard and start selling it, is a great way to save yourself some money, some time, and frustration.
All right, thank you so much. Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Holmes before we let him go? This is a great opportunity for you to ask questions while the speakers are here. If not, Mr. Holmes, thank you so much, and you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Tanya, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. It's been great.
Okay, thank you. And now what we're going to do, we are going to take a 6-minute break before our next speaker comes on. So go ahead if you need to get anything or anything. Thank you so much. And we will be back in 6 minutes. All right, here we are back. Thank you so much for being back. This is Danya Zimmerman, the Powerful Biz Woman, co-founder of the Ultimate Biz Conference. And this is our 3rd annual conference. UBC 2021 Conference, Bankrupt Proof Your Biz. And this conference has really been focusing on the financial part, how to not be bankrupt, how to not close your business. Because after the pandemic, a lot of people had to close their businesses because they were not financially prepared for COVID-19. So I am so glad that these speakers we have had, they talked about the entrepreneur mindset, and we focused on the financial part of being in business. We focused on how to get your business credit together, how to get your personal credit together, how to have that financial mindset to be about your business, to be about your business finances. Now we have an entrepreneur here who is amazing. She is the mother of 4 beautiful young ladies and 1 beautiful baby boy. And she is an author and educator. She leads the way in helping other women become business owners while helping society. She's the founder of the Assisted Living Business Academy, which is designed to help women become successful entrepreneurs in the healthcare industry. The author of Hard Work, a step-by-step guide in owning and operating a residential assisted living facility. So the floor is yours, my friend Janique Nue. She is amazing. I slaughter her name all the time, but she never ever gets mad at me because she knows our background story. But she is just so amazing. So the floor is yours, my friend, and thank you so much for being a part of this event.
Awesome. I would like to thank you for the opportunity. Just like I said, this conference is an amazing conference because it's the conference that speaks exactly one of the most important things that most entrepreneurs miss when they're starting their business. One thing is to be ready to start a business. Another thing is to have the mindset to start a business. The most important thing is that are you structuring your business in a way that it is bankrupt proof, and I call it in a way that is bulletproof. When I say bulletproof, I mean that when you are not there, does that mean that your business stopped existing? I know we've learned so much today, but I'm coming from the angle of an assisted living provider of 14 years. I'm coming from the angle of seeing most elderly business owners that has nothing to show that they were business owners. We are all excited. We are all pumped up. We are all putting out all our energy every day building a business. But are we building a business that is bankrupt proof and bulletproof? One thing is being bankrupt proof, and then you have a chance maybe to get yourself out of the bankruptcy situation. But how about bulletproof? Is your business going to outlive you? So I am so happy that you are part of this conference because what I'm about to tell you is going to make or break the future of your business. I'm telling you from the angle of an assisted living provider. So I'm going to share you a story of one of my residents that all his life, 40 years, he built a business. He was building this business, but when he came to my facility, he came in with a box. Inside that box are some of the things that showed that he was a business owner. I saw his business card. I saw the addresses where his business was. I saw business registration. I saw letters from his clients. I saw marketing products. So many different things that I could say today that is something that I'm proud of. I'll be proud of to show in my olden age that I was a business owner. But the problem is that that business, he could only show it in the thing that he had in his box. He was with us for a very long time before he passed on. The only thing that the children could inherit, or the only evidence that the children had to show that their parent was a business owner, was the things that was in a box. So his business was not bulletproof. When I say bulletproof, I mean, it's not like really like bullet, but anything happens to you, anything happens to you could cause you harm, anything happens to you to incapacitate you, anything happens to you, you get sick, you are no longer there. Was that business that you're struggling today to build? You're putting everything you have today to build. Is that bullet going to outlive you? So today, I'm glad that you are part of this conference. I'm glad that you are an entrepreneur. I'm glad that you are running a business full time. I'm glad that you are starting a business. It doesn't matter what level you are in the business. If you did not learn anything today, I want you to learn how to make sure that your business can outlive you. You want to make sure that your business is bulletproof. That means it can outlive you. Anything happens to you, not necessarily by bullet, by old age, the business can outlive you. Okay, the business can outlive you because that is the most cherishable thing. That is the legacy. You do not want to build a business just because it's just like having fun. If you're building a business that cannot outlive you, you're just going about having fun. It's like you are just using it as a hobby. I don't know, many people know me. They've seen me around working my business with my kids. There's actually a very good reason for that. And I do not really care how people that I serve see that. Because if you cannot work with me because I'm working my business with my kids, my legacy, the future of my business, then you don't need to be working with me. So I'm glad you're here today, and let's dive in. I'm going to be sharing with you about 5 different things that you need to be doing in your business today to make sure that your business is bulletproof, to make sure your business is bankrupt, because some of these things will help you today as well as when you are no longer here. I know most of the time I talk about future is because I work with the people that have seen their own future. It's like I work with the people that they've been to where I am today, most of us are today, and they have seen, it's like I'm seeing my future in them. And I'm using the opportunity that I have working with them to pick their wisdom, to pick their brain, and just to see what that future looks like. It's like I'm seeing what my future looks like in them, and I'm learning how to make sure that I'm not wasting my time today. I might not call it really wasting time, but how about maximizing my time, maximizing my entrepreneurship time? Okay, I know most of you are not here today because I would like to ask you a question, but where do you see your business 10 years, 15 years, actually 20 years from now? If you are here, I want you to put something, I want you to answer that question. I want you to put it on the chat line. Where do you see your business 20 years from now? If you are joining later and you come up with this question, even though you're not here, that's something that I would like you to answer. Where do you see your business 20 years from now? Is anybody answering? Did anybody put anything in the answer? Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and share with you about 5 things you need to make sure you're doing today that will help you bulletproof your business as well as bankrupt-proof your business. Okay. Number 1 thing, okay. You have to make sure that your skills, you are not the only one that knows how to do the things that you do in your business. Okay, let me see that answer. How do I see the answer? Okay, well, I'm gonna call someone to share. We're gonna have like a little bit of interactive section like a little bit later. So that way we can just talk about the question that I asked earlier. So you want to make sure that your skills, what you do in your business, you are not the only one that knows how to do it. So when I do my conferences, I get my kids involved. Okay, so I have 4 daughters. Well, I have 5 now, 5 kids. So but I have 4 daughters. My baby is 2 months plus. The baby boy, the only boy in the house. I mean, if you don't know what it means to be blessed among women, he is blessed among women. But when I do my conferences, I take my 4 daughters with me. The oldest of my daughters, she'll be 15 soon. The second one is 13. then I have a 10-year-old, and I have an 8-year-old. The reason why I take them to my business is because I do not want to be the only one that have the skills to run my business. I've been in a situation whereby I was not feeling well. It's like my business almost stopped running. Think about it. When you are not feeling well, who is able to run your business? Who is able to do those things that you do? You need to begin to have someone that you are creating. Okay, it's like you are cloning yourself to make sure that someone is able to do the things that you are not able to do. Okay, so that's number one thing you need to do. That's number one thing you need to know or do today. It could be a business partner, okay? It could be your niece or somebody. It could be your children. Carry them along. Make sure they are learning those skills. Those things you're doing today, make sure you're teaching them. Like my daughter, my oldest daughter, she is the one, like when people buy our book, she's the one that knows how to go in the system. We have an app that kind of help us automate the shipping process to make it easier. Because sometimes we get so many orders, like maybe 200 orders or 70 orders or something. So it's not something that we can just go and put in the address one at a time. So we use an app to work this. So I was doing this, right? So then I started to remove myself from doing that, and I started making her do that. So one day she couldn't do it because she was taking an exam. You know what? One thing I learned? I learned that I could not do it. I couldn't do it anymore. It just opened my eyes to see how easy our business can turn around just because we're not able to do the things that we are supposed to be doing in the business. But guess what? She could do it. But because I know that she could do it now, I'm telling her, now because I haven't been able to do this, I can't do it anymore. Now you are the only one in the house that knows how to do it. I said, no, we're going to change that. So now we are creating a manual on how to do this aspect of shipping our products. So that way, anybody can come in and learn how to do it. And it brings me to the second point I'm trying to create. I'm trying to say you have to create an operational manual for your business. So not only making sure you're not the only one that knows how to do these things, create a plan to make sure that other people can learn how to do it. How do you teach other people to learn how to do it? By creating an operational manual. Let's say you hired someone to teach them how to do this. What if you lose the person? What if the person is no more? Who else can carry on the business? So the only way to do that is to create an operational manual of how things are being done in your business. What that means is that if I'm not here to do this, and my oldest daughter is not here to do this, I want everybody that is in the business to know how to do this. And they can only do that if I can give them access to the operational manual. It's like creating a system. Yeah, exactly. Create a system in your business that allows somebody else to do some of the things that you do. You are not the only one that needs to know how to do it. Okay, so that's the second thing I want to do. I want to tell you. So when you have already made sure of this, the third thing I want to tell you is gradually remove yourself from your business. Okay? Remove yourself from the business, not entirely, but just gradually. Okay? When you gradually remove yourself from the business, just on the sideline, you want to take a look and see, how can this business function without me? Okay? That doesn't mean that you're not going to be in the business, but you want to take a time, once in a while, remove yourself from the business. And this is something that I've tried before, even in my assisted living. I used to be so scared to leave, to go on vacation, to do things. But eventually I started noticing that that's not the way the business is supposed to work. So now I've learned to go on vacation, go out of the country, stay 2 weeks. I started with 1 week vacations. I started with like 2 days conferences, then 1 week vacation, then 2 weeks, then 1 month, making sure that my business can function even when I'm not there. So gradually remove yourself from the business. So how many points have I made? The first one, I say that make sure that you're not the only one that knows the skill in your business, okay? And you have to teach other people to know the skill. And how do you teach them? That's the second point, by creating an operational manual to make sure that even though you're not the only one that knows it, you want to teach other people, but you want to have a manual that you're not just teaching them to carry it in their brain, you're making it substantial, okay? So, and the third thing is that for you to once in a while gradually remove yourself from the business. I know most of us might not be able to do that because we are in the initial stage, but this should be part of our plan to do this. Because if we know this, then it will help you structure your business and kind of begin to think about who do I bring on to make sure that I'm not the only one, I'm not just a sole owner, just operating this thing. Even if you don't have any children, you wouldn't want your business to end just because you don't exist, right? How about your clients? How about people that depend on your business? Or else maybe you don't trust what you have to offer. But because you're no longer there doesn't mean that what you offer should stop being offered. Okay, you have someone that you believe that can carry on offering what you have to offer, because what you have to offer is valuable. Okay, it does matter for your business to exist because people are counting on it. Okay, if you're operating, I know my business, people are counting on my business for what they need. So I don't want it to stop existing because I stopped existing. Okay, so that's the third thing I want you to know. The fourth thing is I want you to project the value of your business. So when you project the value of your business 10 years from now or 20 years from now, it helps you to have the mindset to be building a business that is bulletproof, because you know that in the next couple of years, this business is going to worth this. Okay, I want you to do that. Even if you are a new entrepreneur, even if you're a serial entrepreneur, seasoned entrepreneur, I want you to project the worth of your business. Because if you project the worth of your business, it will help you have that mindset. And then it will help you to know that you are actually building something that you need when in your assisted living age. That doesn't mean that you have to necessarily be in the assisted living, but it means that when you are at that age, whereby I'm seeing these people I'm seeing today, that business is worth something that you can actually benefit from it. That is your retirement. Because most of us that are entrepreneurs, we do not have retirement that will be coming in for us from our jobs every month. So you want to be projecting the value of your business so that way you make sure that you're building a business that will be valuable at the time that you need it. At the time that you need it, okay? So you have to do that today, because at that time, it is worth somebody taking over. Even when you're not there, somebody will be excited to take it over because it is worth something. Okay. So another thing, the fifth point I want to make for you today is that you have to build a business that is transferable, a business that is inheritable. So what that means is that the structure, the value, everything needs to be laid out from today. Is your business transferable? Is it something that you can say, oh, at a certain time, I'm going to call some professionals and we're going to sit down on the table and we're going to see, okay, this business, I can no longer do it today, but guess what? My children can inherit it or I can sell it. Is your business transferable? Is it substantial enough to be transferred? One thing I always say is that entrepreneurship and business ownership is the only career, is the only career that is transferable. You can be a medical doctor, you can be a neurosurgeon, you can be the best doctor at Johns Hopkins, but if you are not using that skill, building a business or entrepreneurship, it is not transferable. If anything happens to you, the whole brain you have is gone. But if you are a neurosurgeon, a doctor, a nurse, and you build a business with what you know, and you gradually make sure that most of the things that are being done in your business, that you're teaching other people how to do it. And before you know what is happening, your certificate, your license as a neurosurgeon becomes transferable in the form of a business. Now, your child that is not a neurosurgeon can be running a neurosurgeon business. All he needs to do is to hire someone just to do what the dad used to do, but now they have a business that is substantial. So even you are running a business, okay, the same way you want to transfer your talent, your vision, you want to make sure you're structuring a business that is transferable. How about 20 years from now, you don't want to run a business? What do you want to do? Is it possible that you can transfer it to someone that can gladly quit their job to run it? Is it possible that you can actually sell it to someone that can pay you like really huge money to own it? So I want you to think about those things today. And I'm telling you from my experience working with the elderly. I'm telling you from my experience working with seniors that have actually been to where my future looks like. And I know that if I don't do something today, all the effort I'm putting in, posting on Facebook every day, building audience, it's gonna be gone. Or else you don't value those time. If you value those time, you need to begin to make sure that you are taking steps. I don't know what stage you are in your business today, but I'm telling you, it's not too late. Just take steps to come back and just think about it. What skills do I have that I'm the only one that has it in this business? You need to learn how to make sure that somebody else is getting those skills. Number 2, create an operational manual on how things are supposed to be done. So that way, anybody can be able to do it. Okay, those are the 2 things. Then I'm going to go on the 2 first things that I said. So, but I really want to see what people have to say about, what was the question? Where do you see your business 20 years from now? And that was the question. And I would like to hear what I think Donya has to say. If you can unmute yourself and let's just have that conversation.
For me, I finally have one of my nieces. She's in Jamaica getting married, by the way. And I think by her getting married and having a child and wanting to have another child, she's really starting to see what I'm doing. Because, you know, with some people, they have to see what you're doing. So she's really interested in being a part of my business. She said, Aunt Dottie, when I get back from my wedding, you're going to make me your virtual assistant, right? You're not going to hire anybody, because I put something out on Facebook where I said, I need to hire a virtual assistant. She said, Aunt Donnie, I really want to work with you in your business. And she's showing interest because she sees what I'm doing. Sometimes for some people you have to see, because I don't have children of my own. So it makes me feel good that my niece is interested in what I'm doing. And like you said, I think of like, you know, the major companies like Walmart, like Ford, all of these people that started businesses, like you said, their businesses outlast them. And even if my niece doesn't want to do it, I want to be in a position where I can sell this business, where me and Alina can sell this business if once 20 years come where we don't want to do this anymore. We want to be in a position where we can sell this business. But I really want to leave a legacy where I hope that maybe one of Alina's children want to take over and one of my nieces want to take over, and it can continue. So I see what you're saying. So for me, it's either sell it or have my niece and maybe one of Alina's children take over the business. Either way, but we got to get ourselves in that position, like you said, to do that.
To do that. Okay, so you're able to see the picture now, because
yes,
I mean, this is something that I never thought about. I mean, most of us, we get so excited, you know, about running the business that we don't think about these things. So I never, even though I was running a business, I never thought about these things until this gentleman moved into my facility, and then he was a business owner actually he was a private investigator. Wow. You know, so he was, an awesome business, right? An awesome business. You know, so he was able to run this business for 40-something years. It must be something good about this business for you to run it that long. You know, but for the business to end because you got sick, you know, you got messed up, and then all you have left of your business is something that you have in a box. You know, so it just like opened my eyes to see, oh my goodness, how much the business would have been worth today if he did the right thing.
And with his business, and with his business, he could have groomed somebody. He could have had an internship where an apprentice to take over that, even if his children didn't want to. Wow.
Yes, exactly. And one thing I learned as an assisted living business provider is that you have your children around more if you have something for them to actually leave their job, you know, to take care of you. Now, because they can say, oh, I can leave job and run daddy's business, and then you have them around. But if they are struggling and you've been working this business for 42 years and they are struggling, they don't have anything to, you know, to hang on to, you know, to say, oh, I'm going to give up my job. I'm going to give up this life because dad has something substantial. So now he didn't build a business that is transferable.
Exactly.
So all he has was a box with his complimentary cards, his marketing, just things to remind him of a business that he was really, really passionate about, but the business didn't outlive him. And it was like a wasted 42 years to me.
Wow.
Wasted 42 years, yes.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, like, if he had built the business strong enough, I bet you the business would worth like thousands of dollars as of the time he was moving in with us. Even if any of his students didn't want it, it would have been like really worth something. And what I was thinking is that he could have handed it over to someone that will see all the client base that he has, all the customers that he was serving, because he was definitely serving people for 42 years. And then of course, today we have more technology to help do that. Maybe one of his children would have inherited that business and put some modern system in it and make it something better. So it's really something for us to think about. So who else want to share something?
I think it's definitely good because if you're able to transfer that business, just like you said, it's a legacy. And the reality is that, entrepreneurs put a lot into their businesses. And so therefore they're really planning it out. They're doing something really good. And why not let somebody else have that legacy too, and especially your family.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Anybody else?
Yeah, this is Tracy. Hi, Janine K. How are you?
Hey, how are
Good
you?
to see
Awesome. Good to see
you.
you.
Yeah, congratulations, sis. So I got my first long-term client in October of 2019. And
Awesome.
I grew up to 4 during the pandemic with my son home who has special needs. I'm a single mom. I did something very similar to what you did with I co-located starting out at home and everything, and it all worked out. But I recently was starting to think look at my daughter being she just graduated college.
Okay.
And she doesn't really have much vision in terms of what she wants to do. She was even there with me to see me starting my business, getting my business going and so forth, and had absolutely no interest in trying to do it. I tried to get her involved and she's kind of nonchalant because of course she's in the 20s and she knows everything. She knows everything,
Right.
but does not know what she wants to do, where she wants to go and everything. And I have an entrepreneurial spirit. So of course I try to project that onto her, but I also realize that she has to find her own path, right? So,
Exactly.
so I'm looking at it, I'm staying prayerful because I see the potential. When you're an entrepreneur, you see all kinds of things. And when you can envision things, you can say, okay, we can go this avenue, we can go this, I'm looking at you can start this type of business, you can moving with this right now. You don't need things that don't require that much capital and everything, right?
Right.
But what I also look at is that she has to want it. At this point,
right.
If she were small like your kids, it'd be like, come on, I'm dragging you along, you're going with me. But now that she's going to be 25 this year. And I'm looking at okay, what's the future of my business? You asked what I see in terms of 10 to 20 years. I see me owning multiple properties.
Okay.
Praise be to God, I've been able to since August get my business because the staffing thing, it's like finding a good staff that's going to show up, be there, be reliable, and be the type of care provider that we need for our clients. It was more than a notion. It took some, bobbing and weaving to get to a point of getting the right people in place, right? And so since August, I've been able to have full-time staff there with me not having to be there, which has been great. And now I'm looking at okay, maximizing this house and then on to the next property and so forth, right? But when I look at 10 to 20 years, I saw myself because I wasn't having to be hands-on. I saw myself creating a hierarchy within my business. With I had a care provider that I was looking at grooming her to a place of kind of managerial position and so forth, and overseeing some more of the paperwork and administrative things that I don't necessarily like so much. And because I want to focus on my core competencies, being the face of my business and growing my business and so forth, right? But when I look at 20 years, and when I look at even more so what you mentioned with that man, end of life. And okay, when he how do I pass this on? How do I keep this going beyond me? I hadn't even considered that necessarily. What I did consider is that I'll have enough money stashed to leave an inheritance to my kids. But whether or not they're going to
Right.
want to come into my business, I'm not sure. I told you my son is 10, he has special needs. Right now, God is, and if I'm honest with you, that's been one of the main things that God has freed me up to be able to focus on somewhat. Right now, we're getting ready to go to stem cell therapy for him. So I'm just prayerful that he'll be able to be cognitive enough to understand different things at that point, right?
Sure.
So I don't know. I don't
But
know.
guess what? That's why we are here, because it gives you something to think about. You
Yes,
know,
it does.
it helps you change everything that you were doing about your business.
Yep.
Probably not change it, but actually add to it, you know, and then you are making more decision that is more structured, because you're beginning to almost like envision your future, what it looks like.
Yeah.
One thing that I know, like when I started thinking about creating an operational manual, so like one thing that I did was like I started telling my daughter, everything you do, I want you to write it down. Everything I'm teaching you how to do, I want you to write it down.
Yes.
So we are creating like our own like in-house operational manual. I haven't made it like kind of bound it and made it officially nice or something like that, which is something that we plan to do. But everything I'm teaching him, we are putting it in writing. I'm telling her to write it down. And when she's writing it, that's an operational manual. So one thing I know is that it's not all my kids that is going to want to be interested in assisted living or whatever, but I have it structured in a way that even if they don't want to, I can sell it. You understand? You can have it that somebody can buy it. And that was the third point I said. You have to, assess the value of your business. How much do you think your business is going to worth in the next couple of years? Because all you have to do at that time is to get like a business projector, to value to value your business. If nobody wants it, they can value your business and and your client base, and you can sell it. You might not get a lot of money from it, but it will be worth something that instead of just letting it go because you can't run it anymore.
Because the kids don't want to take it over. I have a question for
take it
you.
over.
I have a question for you, because I know you tackle a whole lot kind of under your own name by yourself, right? Or have?
Yes, I do it a lot by myself.
What are your thoughts on? Go ahead, I'm listening.
No, go ahead.
What are your thoughts on partnership?
Actually, I like partnership. But partnership that I like, yes, I do like partnership. I've had a lot of clients that want to partner, to do partnership in business. I actually like partnership that are not like a relationship partners. Like I had my business with my ex-husband and it didn't work out well. Unfortunately, that kind of partnership. But I mean, if you have a very reasonable, like in terms of a relationship, like domestic partner that is reasonable, that will work. But otherwise it works better with outside partners. I actually have like a couple of clients right now that are looking into partnership. I have like a group of 4 men that wants to open assisted living, which is like, I was really impressed. And they are all nurses that they want to open assisted living. I was really impressed because they can really have a nice structured partnership agreement that will work perfectly for them. And the emotion doesn't affect that, because when you have like a domestic partner as your business partner, with my experience, something goes bad in the bedroom, it kind of flows into the assisted living. And that was something I've always discouraged with my clients. I just share my story with them and then let them make a decision. But partnership, great. But one thing with partnership is that you have to have an agreement whereby anything happens if you're incapable to run the business at that time, what happens to your own portion of the business? Is it going to be paid out in cash, or is it going to be transferred to whoever is your next in line, or something like that? But partnership is great as long as it's not domestic. Personally, I wouldn't have a domestic partner.
Okay. Gotcha.
A domestic business partner, yes.
And Janique, I can piggyback on that, because trying to run a business with family is not good. And me and Alina, we mesh each other and we get along. She's in Boston, I'm here in Baltimore, and this type of partnership really works, because not only are we partners, we're friends, and we have that connection. Whereas if Alina can't do certain things, I do it, and she does certain things. Like she taught me how to use Canva because I was not good with Canva, and so she would do the flyers, and I said, "Well, show me, so I don't have to keep bugging you all the time." And so it's good when you have a good friend to partner with. And I think,
Yes.
Tracy, before you pick a partner, make sure that y'all have the same values and beliefs, because that's another important thing when you're partnering with people.
Yeah.
You want to make sure that you're on the same page. You're not always going to agree, because one thing I love about Alina, she always keeps me on point, and she also she gives good construction criticism. She's more of the one who says, you know what, this is good, but think about this. She's more of the person where I see the good in everything. She makes me think and say, hey, maybe you're right, that may not work. And she's the more of the thinker, like she's the questioner of the relationship, where she'll say, well, think about this, think about that. So when you do pick a partner, and make sure you put everything in writing, that's my legal background. Make sure you have everything in writing so everybody knows what to expect and what to do before you go into a partnership with anybody. And always consult an attorney, business coach, and tax professional before you do a partnership.
Awesome. Yeah, actually, when I feed off of your example about Alina being the one giving you constructive criticism, think about it. If you have a domestic partner and they're giving you that criticism, are you going to take it like it's constructive? So that's what, so that's one of the things that I tell my clients, that you have to look at it. Another thing that I wanted to mention, Tracy, is in the assisted living industry. For me, I do not just use I just don't use it as my assisted living business, just as a plain business. I use it as a real estate investment opportunity. So when you are choosing a partner, and I ask people, one of the first things I ask people, are you guys joint partners in the ownership of the real estate? When it comes to assisted living. And that's because the assisted living is attached to the building. Your license is attached to the building, as you already know. So if anything, if the business is moving, assisted living is not a business that can move. You understand? So if you're going to sell your assisted living, you're going to sell it with the building, or the assisted living is done. You understand that, Tracy? So you want to think about that when you're looking for partnership in the assisted living industry, because the assisted living is attached to the building. You cannot say, oh, we're going to move it from here and we're going to take it to another building. No. So who owns the building? If you both own the building, then the assisted living is in the building, and the building is building equity. So you want to look at the equity that the building is building, because that's one of the value of your business. So when you are building a assisted living, the property has value, the business has value. So if you are selling only the property, then you're just selling the value of the property, But if you're selling both of them, you're selling the property and you're selling the business that is in it. So it's a more complicated partnership, but if you think it through, it works. It works. Okay, anybody else want to say something? All right, so I hope I've been able to share with you today how to not only bankrupt-proof your business, but bulletproof your business. So that way, your business can outlive you, okay? You're building a business that is transferable. So that way, when you get to the old age, the only memory you have for your business shouldn't be a couple of your business supply that is in a box. It should be something that is worth thousands of dollars. So thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate everyone. And if you are interested in starting your own assisted living, I promise to give everyone that registered for this conference my book for free. So I think, Donya, we're gonna have to figure out how to make that happen. I didn't send you any link, but I'm going to send you a special link so that way anybody that was here or registered for the conference can make an order. They just need to pay for shipping and handling.
Okay, and I'll make sure you send me the link so I can go ahead and send it off. And I want to thank everybody. I want to thank you, Janique, for taking time out because you just had your baby boy. So you've been really busy. And I am so glad that we are connected and we are good friends. And I want to thank everybody for tuning in. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Because as you know, I'm taking breaks in between so that I can make sure this conference is edited wonderfully. Me and Alina want to make sure that each speaker gets their part, and we want to make sure it's smooth operation. So I want to thank you, Janique, because I never thought about, where do you see your business in 20 years? I think a lot of us business owners, we just want to be in business and just want to do the business, but we never think about 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. And that really made me think that I'm going to really have to get my niece involved because she's been asking me questions. She was like, "Oh, Donnie, you're not going to get a virtual assistant. I'll be back." I told her, enjoy your honeymoon. You get married. We'll work on it. So the fact that she's interested, and like Tracy said, it's hard to get those 20-year-olds interested because once they make up their mind to do something, they're going to move on. And I never thought about 20 years because I'll be 70 in 20 years. So I don't want to see myself doing this, but I want to be able to live a comfortable life. Even if, my niece does it and say, "Well, Donnie, this is not for me." I want to make sure that me and Alina can sell the business and leave a legacy. And I like what, based on what you said, I like what Professor Murray said. Don't name your business after yourself, because if you try to sell it, you can't use your name for anything. And I was thinking about like when the Jackson 5 left Motown, Bird Gordon owned that name, so they couldn't use Jackson 5. That's why they became the Jackson. So you gotta really, that's why we did this conference. Bankrupt Proof Your Biz or Bulletproof Your Biz, because you gotta be ready for business and you gotta think about every aspect of your business, not just making money, getting clients, but you gotta think of the legal and the financial part, and you gotta think about the legacy. And Janique made me really think. I took some notes. I got to really focus on what is going to happen to our business in 20 years. So what are we going to continue to work for 20 years, or are we going to retire in 10, 15 years? Let's say no. I do want to retire. So Janique, this was some thought-provoking stuff, and I really appreciate it. And thank you so much for being a part of it. Thank you for taking the time out of being a new mom again. And I just appreciate you. And whenever I ask you to do something, me and Alina, we can count on you. And I just want to thank everybody who's been a part of it. We're going to have our attorney. Now, you need to legally protect yourself. So make sure you come back at 2:55 because Miss Moore is going to be on and she's going to be talking about how to legally protect everything, financially and legally. So this is an amazing event. This year has been amazing. So
Janika, thank you very much. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that before she dived off.
Okay, no problem. And we're we're going to take a 15. I always leave the best speaker for last to make people come back. All right. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. So we'll be back. Huh?
I said, you actually said that?
What?
I leave the best speaker for last.
Oh my God, I didn't mean that. Everybody was amazing. Thank you, Alina.
They were. Thank you, Janique. You were awesome.
All of you were awesome. I am so sorry. All right, we're going to definitely edit that out.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. Okay, everybody. We are going to end this with Latanya Moore Esquire, and she is going to teach us how to protect our business, how to protect our brand, how to trademark and copyright when it comes to being a small business owner. But before then, I would like to showcase one of our last sponsor, and I really appreciate this young man. His name is Anthony Tillman. Anthony Tillman Enterprises. He is a photographer. He is a award-winning photographer. And he also has a photo booth. He brought a photo booth, so a portable photo booth. So if you have any events that you have coming up now that everybody is coming back out and everything, and you want a photo booth where people can have fun and take photos, you can reach him at anthonytillman.com. And also for those female entrepreneurs out there who are trying to stay in shape, Anthony also sells leggings for women. So all you got to do is go to www.anthonytillman.com and learn about his photo booth, learn about his photography business, and learn about his fashion leg business for women who want to, for those female entrepreneurs who want to stay in shape. He sells some beautiful leggings. And again, thank you, Anthony Tillman of Anthony Tillman Enterprises, for sponsoring UBC 2021 Bankrupt Proof Your Biz. So now what I am going to do is I am going to introduce you to, let me get out of here. This wants to act silly sometimes. I'm going to, I'm gonna stop sharing because sometimes you got to do that. And I'm going to introduce you to Miss LaTanya Moore Esquire. So let me try to share my screen again. Sometimes we have problems, but we work it out. So let me see if it'll let me go up. There we go. So let me get to Miss LaTanya Moore. And she is our last speaker. LaTanya is a business growth strategist, attorney, author, and award-winning entrepreneur with almost 20 years of experience helping build successful enterprises. She is the visionary behind 360 Legal Proof Your Brand Mythology. So get ready, get your notes ready. So we are going to focus on how to legally protect and legally bankrupt proof your biz. And I am going to give Miss LaTanya Moore the floor. I'm going to stop sharing. And we are ready when Miss LaTanya Moore is ready. Hello, hello, how are you?
How are you?
And I don't know why you don't like your photo. It is so beautiful. You have a beautiful smile.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
I appreciate that. Let me set my calendar because people say that not my calendar, my timer. People say that lawyers like to hear themselves speak. But one of the things that I like to do is to make sure that I am appropriate and always cognizant of being on time.
Yep.
So because this is one of those topics that, it's near and dear to my heart, is one of those things I go to sleep with it at night and I wake up with it in the morning. I could literally talk all day. So don't worry, guys, that won't happen today.
Now, do you have a presentation, LaTanya?
I do, but I can just, it's like notes. It's not like a PowerPoint.
Oh, okay, because I was going to tell you, if you want to, I can make you the host like everybody else if you want it.
No, I actually was just going to talk today. Certainly I have built in a little time if you have any questions that maybe some people have submitted ahead of time, or if things have come up, during the conference that you guys would like to ask me about, I'm certainly open to that. But I do want to be, definitely respectful of time.
No problem. And I'm gonna go ahead and silence myself, and the floor is yours because I'm going to be taking notes. So okay, you go ahead and do your thing.
Awesome. So like Ms. Zimmerman said, my name is LaTanya F. Moore. I am an attorney and business growth strategist. We actually work with entrepreneurs just in a couple of ways, right? So one of the things that we're very excited about is we work with product-based entrepreneurs, teaching them the things that they need to do to get their product to market, right? So that could be big box stores. It could be some of the being successful on like Amazon or Walmart Marketplace and some of these other places, Target, things of that nature. So we're very excited that we have now been able to kind of put something together that makes that process easier and less daunting. But what it also does, it gives our clients an opportunity, the small guys, right, can be right on the shelves with the big guys. So that's very, very, very important. when we're talking about things like bankrupt proofing our business, right? The other thing that we do with our service-based entrepreneurs, we work very closely with them on making sure that, quite frankly, they are positioned to crush the competition, right? Whether you're a service-based entrepreneur or a product-based entrepreneur, legal proofing your business is so, so, so important, right? And like Danye mentioned, I'm going to just talk just briefly about a couple of things, because this is a very, very broad area of not just law, but business. And I think it's important when we are looking at things like protecting our assets, when we're looking at things like executing our intellectual property, when we're looking at things like contracts, right? Those are actually the three major areas that we actually see challenges with the clients that we work with, both big and small. So today, right, why are we here? We are here because we are going to be talking about protecting your intellectual property. So not just what it is, but how to protect your intellectual property. We are going to be talking a little bit about understanding contractor agreements, right? Because again, most small business owners tend to do things like collaborate. They have a lot of independent contractors, they have vendors. And so understanding the types of things that need to be in these agreements from a legal proof and a brand protection standpoint is exceptionally, exceptionally important. I want to also share some common legal mistakes that small businesses make, but also, if we have time, I definitely want to share with you some preventative measures. So I know that you guys are watching from all over the place, but if you just want to drop in the chat, I would love to know who has already secured a patent, a trademark, or a copyright. You don't have to unmute yourself, but I would like to know in the chat whether you have put a 1, right? Just drop a 1 in the chat if you have a patent, a trademark, or a copyright. If you do not, put a 0 in the chat. And the reason that I want you guys to participate in the chat, so I see some zeros coming through. Anybody have a 1? Because that's going to let me know how detailed I kind of need to get as we move forward along in the presentation. So for those of you, again, that are here, drop a 0 in the chat if you do not have a patent, a trademark, or a copyright, and drop a 1 if you do. There are no right or wrong answers. That's the great thing, right? There are no right or wrong answers. So, okay, I see a 1, see some 1s, I see 0s. Okay, so we kind of have a mixed bag. So when we think about intellectual property, I know you guys have heard the term patent. I know you guys have heard the term trademark, possibly service mark, which is very, very much identical to the trademark. It just identifies a certain type of service. I know you guys have heard about copyrights, right? Some of you are authors, so I know that, and you have curriculums, right? And you're coaches, and you have these online courses. So I am assuming that all of you have a copyright for your material, right? So, and then there's a lesser known category that we won't really get into today, and that is trade secrets. The reason that we deal a lot with trade secrets is because, again, we work with product-based companies, and part of that is what their secret sauce, their recipes, right? The way that they do things. There's so many other aspects of intellectual property, but for today's purposes, when we're talking about bankrupt proof and legal proofing our business, I want to make sure that we talk in general. So just to give you some general ideas and education about what it is that we're talking about. So a patent is a right granted by the United States, right? Or whatever country, right, you are in. But it's the right for an inventor, right, to exclude others from making, using, selling, or importing an invention throughout the United States without the inventor's consent. What it does is it gives you the exclusive right to be the only sole source for this particular product. Here's some great things about a patent. It can be sold, right? It can be licensed. It can be mortgaged. A lot of people don't know that intellectual property can be mortgaged, just like real estate can be mortgaged, right? And it can also be assigned. And basically that's sort of like assigning someone the right to receive, let's say, royalties, for example, from the patent, right? Now, here's the thing about patent that people don't oftentimes understand. If you have not filed an application for a patent and you have an invention, you cannot use patent pending, right? You can't do that. And there are a lot of people that do. It is not legal for you to do that. Here's the thing about a patent that's different, right, from a lot of the other intellectual property categories, is that you have 20 years, 2 decades of exclusive use. Imagine inventing something that you have exclusive use of for 20 years. That's an entire generation. So when we're talking about generational wealth and we're talking about leaving something for the next generation, imagine having something like a patent, right? Now, here's the thing that's a little bit different. The protections, though, do not start until after the patent is actually granted, right? So patent pending just says, look, I've already filed an application for a patent, and it puts the marketplace on notice, but it does not give you any additional protections except the fact that you were the first to file, right? So the protections themselves don't actually start until after the USPTO, which is the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, has granted you the patent. Now, of course, how do you protect your patent, right? So if you notice, you'll see like patent, and then there'll be a number, right? You must mark your product. It needs to be on the product, right? It needs to say patent and your patent filing number. That is the identification, because failure to properly mark the patent, it may actually prevent you from recovering damages from counterfeiters, because there will be people that will go out and they will actually counterfeit, right? You need to also make sure that you restrict access to things like your drawings, right? Things like the prototype. Just quick story. I had a woman who had come to us and she had invented something to be used with, I don't want to tell too much, so how do I say it? She invented something that would make it easier for nurses or techs to change out things like catheters, things like ports, and without disturbing the patient. I'll say it like that. By the time she had come to us, she had made several presentations to this particular hospital, right? And one of the things that she did was she let them keep her prototype for 2 days. When she had the next meeting with them, which was also when she came to pick up the prototype, they told her, well, we don't think this is going to work for us, right? And so what happened though, in the meantime, which is why she ended up coming to our office, was because they reverse engineered it, right? And we're literally working on a very similar product that someone told her that had been presented as a meet at the meeting, right? It was essentially her product. But here's the saving grace that they did not know. They did not know that she had already filed for a provisional patent. They did not know that, right? This is why taking that step in the very beginning is so important. Thank God she took the advice, right, that someone had given her. It is very important when we are looking at protecting our assets, right, and protecting our business, that we are proactive versus reactive, right? So next we have the trademark. Now, a trademark.
This is for delivery, and I'm at the Best Western Hotel.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I hear everybody speaking in the
Yes.
background.
Hold on one second.
Hello.
Tanya.
Can I have the crab cake platter?
Okay, what's your size?
Hold on one second. Okay, you can go ahead now.
I mean, I want a crab cake platter too.
I mean, really?
I'm just saying, like that sounds pretty good.
I'm glad that's all it was. You
I
were
know.
on a roll. You were on a roll too, but go ahead. We're gonna edit this part out.
So next I want to move quickly to trademarks. Now, trademark is actually a symbol, a word, or words legally registered or established by use as representing a company, a product, or a service. It is the thing that defines your company. When people see it, they know it's you. Golden arches. What does the golden arches represent? In the chat, what does the golden arches? When I say golden arches, what company do you think about? You could drop that in the chat. Golden arches. What does the golden arch represent? Also, what does the bullseye? Absolutely, McDonald's. What about the red bullseye? What company does that represent? When you see a red bullseye, what do you think? Target, absolutely, right? And the reason that you know that is why, because that is what they're known by. That is their symbol, right? That's their symbol that represents their company. We all have symbols that probably represent our company, our logos, but also there may be some words that you guys use that you have coined a certain phrase, right? And as long as it's not something that is descriptive, more likely than not, you will be granted a trademark for it. What you don't want to do is build an entire brand around a word, a symbol, or a group of words that you have failed to protect. Now, here's some tips on getting a trademark, right? So when I say getting a trademark, these are the things that increase your likelihood of the USPTO saying yes, right? One, you need to choose a mark with a very strong legal status, right? So what that means is, like I said, if it's something that just describes something and is descriptive, it's an adjective, don't even bother, because they're going to say, well, this is something that is merely descriptive versus being something that is unique and unique to the actual brand, right? So that goes to my second point, be unique and not generic, okay? Be unique and not generic. Now, suggestive marks work very good, right? Because it's one of those things that is just related to you and what you do. But one of the first steps is you got to make sure that no one else is using it. You have to make sure no one else is using it already, because I guarantee you, oftentimes we're not the only ones with a great idea, right? We're not the only ones that think about this really cool thing. You also want to make sure that you are protecting the mark with the right symbol. Now, this is going to be very important. Very important. If you don't write down anything else about trademarks, you need to write this down. When you see a name or a symbol or words and it has an itty bitty TM, that is an unregistered mark. That means that that person is making the marketplace aware of their intent on ownership of this particular word, phrase, symbol. It does not mean that there is a trademark application pending. It only means that the marketplace is being placed on notice of an intent for ownership. Now, when you see the R inside of a circle, that is a formal registered trademark. And let me tell you why the difference between using that little TM and not is very important. I'm going to date myself a little bit, right? But for those of you that may be around my age group, you may remember that people were wearing these shirts and bracelets with WWJD, and it stands for What Would Jesus Do, right? That was big for a long time, right? What a lot of people didn't know is that very recently, probably now within the last 5 years, Tyler Perry got the trademark for that. Now, if you as old as I am, right, or you can remember that, you know how long ago that was. It was got the trademark for WWJD. What would Jesus do? Why? Because nobody else did. And it's well known. It's very important, right? So the reason that he was able to do that is because no one showed a clear intent to own that particular phrase, even the people that started it, right? Something else, I don't know how many of you have listened to rap music, but something else that we laugh about now that they probably should have capitalized on was bling, the word bling, using it to refer to jewelry, right? Because guess what? I think it was Lil Wayne or somebody started that. Now everybody uses it, right? So there is an income source that was lost because you could have capitalized on that, but you didn't. So failing to properly mark the mark, hate to say it like that, but failing to properly designate, whether it's with your TM, your SM, right, which is just like the TM, or if it's with the registered trademark, once you register it, could actually prevent you from getting damages in the future, because the courts are going to say, how really, how was the marketplace on notice, right, that you were intending to protect this? The other thing too about trademarks is that you need to monitor it closely, right? Once you get it, you need to be reaching out to these people that are using your mark, that are using your phrase, right? You need to crack down on the people that are doing that. You need to be reaching out to them, letting them know, this is my brand and you are potentially infringing on it. And if you do not stop, that's called cease and desist. If you do not cease and desist, if you do not stop, we will be forced to take further action, right? Louis Vuitton is the best at this. They're one of the best at this, right? They are very clear that you're not using any portion of their mark if they know about it. If you get the mark and you get a registered mark and you just decide, oh, well, I'm not going to do anything with it, you could potentially lose ownership of it, because you have to have what's called continuous use in the marketplace. A lot of people don't know that the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office is under the Department of Commerce, because it is business, right? And the free flow of commerce is very important to the United States government. If you are holding up the opportunity, or you are holding up commerce by basically holding up not using a trademark that could promote commerce, right? They're just going to say, okay, well, clearly you really don't have an intent to use this, right? So we're going to declare that it's a dead mark, and now it's open for anybody to be able to use, even if you were previously granted that mark. The other thing too is a trademark has to actually be renewed so many years. So basically you'll get something probably around year 5, probably around year 7, and then you'll have to renew it. And basically you just have to let them know that you are continuously using, and you have to demonstrate that you are actively using the mark in the marketplace. Copyright, right? The great thing about copyright though, is that typically your rights are granted to you at the time that the product is made public, right? But a copyright is the exclusive right given to a creator, right? Where they take the work from idea and they make it into a formal expression. It's very important. You cannot copyright an idea. If it's in your head, too bad, too sad. But once you produce, right, something what's considered tangible, and digital works are considered tangible for purposes of copyright. So you have things like, for example, in the literary arena, in the artistic arena, in music, of course, educational, right? Yes, you cannot copyright an idea in your head, okay? But a copyright, it actually protects what's called the expression of an idea and not the idea itself. Now, you have to make sure that you use the appropriate symbol, the year of the copyright, and that the owner of the copyright reserves all rights. So if you notice, you'll see a little bitty C on the inside of a circle. It'll have a year, and then it will say a name. So let's just say my name, Latanya Moore, and it'll say all rights reserved, right? It'll say all rights reserved. That means that any right, any and all rights, we are reserving that, right? We have not conveyed it by not doing that. Failure to properly do that could actually make your information available, right? Because you must put the marketplace on notice. Again, same thing. You have to immediately crack down on people who are actually infringing. You cannot let it go. But here's one of the most wonderful things about a copyright. If it was created after 1978, which we are now after 1978, your copyright is good for the lifetime of the creator plus 70 years. Now, when you start talking about generational wealth and assets, life plus 70 years, that means that if you have an income producing copyright that you are getting royalties off of, you will get royalties for the remainder of your life, and whoever gets the ownership interest when you pass away, guess what? They are entitled to those royalties for 70 years, right? And there is no renewal required. Like the trademark and the patents, there's a property interest. You can license them, you can sell them, right? It's an asset that if it's owned by the business, for example, right? Now, these are business assets. So just very quickly, right? Just very quickly in the time I have left, what's the big deal, right? What's the big deal? I know I talked about the fact that, you can do all these things with it, but I'm gonna tell you what the big deal is. And this is why Bankrupt, when I heard Bankrupt Proof, I was like, oh, I got to talk about this. Because see, when we learn about intellectual property, we learn about it in the sense that, well, we need to make sure that we do this so that nobody will steal our idea, right? But we're actually leaving money on the table because these assets can then turn around and produce income. That passive income, that residual income that everyone talks about, oftentimes you have intellectual property that will produce that. But you just kind of let it sit in your bio, right? So you're leaving money on the table. If you have it, for example, either in your personal name or the name of your company, whatever the value of that is now contributes to your net worth. It contributes to your assets versus your liabilities. Again, you can bring in more passive income. And from a company perspective, it could create a greater valuation for your company. That's huge. That's huge. Who wants a more profitable company? Everybody. Like, if you want a more profitable company, put a 2 in the chat. I just want to know, like, who wants a more profitable company? I know I do. I'm gonna put a 2 in the chat because I know that I do. So the questions that I'm throwing out, right, moving forward is really homework, right? I see a bunch of 2s. It's really homework because these are the things that you need to think about. So here's one thing I want to throw out there, and you can drop this in the chat if you'd like. What steps has your company taken to protect your intellectual property? Because I only remember seeing 1, maybe 2 ones when I asked who even had intellectual property. But all of you are business owners. All of you are doing great things. Somebody said, I plead the 5th, right? But here's the thing, it's not too late. And if the answer is none, right, then the next thing is, what steps will I take to protect my intellectual property? What steps will I take to protect intellectual property? So in the interest of time, I am going to skip past, don't get me. I'm gonna skip past one thing just in the interest of time. I'm gonna skip past I think I need to skip past probably contracts just in the interest of time so that we can make sure that we hit some of these other areas of concern. And I do apologize. I had a list and for some reason now I can't really find the list. Oh, okay, here we go. So I want to jump in and talk about just very quickly some common legal mistakes, right? So the first one is failure to properly plan. When you're talking about bankrupt proof your business, you need to think about several things. One, do you have a disaster plan in place? Do you have a plan in place if operations are interrupted? If you do, put a 4 in the chat. People said nope, 0, right? And let me tell you why that's important, especially now, right? We've seen what the pandemic could do, right? We've seen what the pandemic could do. But I've lived in Florida where we had hurricanes. I'm originally from Alabama. I've lived there. We have tornadoes. There are disasters that happen all the time. Right now, I think there's a flood or something going on in Detroit. Again, right? All natural disasters. The point that I'm trying to make is, can your business survive? Right? Can your business survive? Can your business make it? Can it thrive? And oftentimes, think about this. If you are a keeper of information, what happens to your people's information if there is some type of power outage or if there's some type of cyber attack, right? You have to plan for certain things. This is a common legal mistake and it exposes small business owners to liability, right? One of the things that we realized back when I used to do tax resolution is that we had people's lives. We had their kids' lives. We had everybody's life, right? Actually on paper, because I was super paranoid about keeping it in some cloud somewhere, right? But at the same time, I realized that we still needed it digitally because what if something happens to the paper, right? That was something that I had to plan for. And so for you guys, you need to make sure that you do proper planning, right? It's not just the disaster planning, it is also business planning, right? In the sense of succession planning, in the sense of strategic planning. I don't care if it's just you need to have some type of plan in place, because if you don't, your business will not grow and thrive, right? Here's a biggie: failure to assemble the right team. I see people all the time, and when I ask them about their team, the people that they tell me are typically a spouse, sometimes a sibling, sometimes a child. And there's nothing wrong with that, but we have to look past that and say, are these the right people for the job, right? Is this person qualified? It's as simple as that. The other thing too is you need to have access to an executive team, right? You need to have access to an attorney. You need to have access to an accountant. You need to have access to someone that can connect you with money, whether it's a banker, whether it's a broker, right? Whether you do private money, whether it's investors. You need to have access to someone, right, with access to money. You need to also have access and work very closely with your insurance professional, not just to insure your business and make sure that your business is not liable, but also looking at what happens to business operations. Guess what? When we're no longer here, because that is a reality of life. So we have to do that. You need to also make sure that you are not underestimating financial costs, right? Oftentimes what people say is, well, I can get this for $5 when the ticket price is $50. You don't know that you can always get it for $5, right? So you want to make sure that you properly count up the cost, right? Also, another common mistake, underpricing your product or service because you feel that the market can't afford it. Guess what? Let people decide what they want to pay, how they want to pay. If your price is $1,000, that is the price. Be comfortable with that, right? Be very comfortable with that. Be confident. This is why knowing your ideal client is very important. Another thing, failure to invest in marketing. Oftentimes, you know what I hear people say? Well, I don't have the money for that. So they have this product, this brilliant product that just sits on their computer or maybe every now and then on a social media post because they don't want to invest in marketing. Here's the biggie. Failure to put agreements in writing. Just because money is not exchanging hands does not mean that the agreement and the deliverables should not be reduced to a writing. It should. And last but not least, failure to seek and listen to sound advice. Does any of this sound familiar? Am I just making this up? Am I just making this up? You can say yes. Well, first of all, does this sound familiar? Because if it sounds familiar, right, whether it's you or your neighbor, right, we act like we in church, whether it's you or your neighbor who have done this, right, I would be surprised if there's anyone on here that checked off all of those boxes that said, hey, I do all of that. I do everything, right? And so in closing, this is what I want to share with you guys. I want you to understand that when you are looking at doing your business, right, most of the people that I talk to and most of the people that I know, they say, you know, this is my purpose. This is what I was built to do. This is my desire. This is, you know, this is everything to me. But yet we treat it like something that can easily be discarded, right? This is why there must be a mindset shift. There must be a mindset shift that says, I am going to value my business just like I would value any other business. It's very important that you get that. You have to make sure, listen, if you are not willing to invest to make your business grow, why would your customers want to invest with you? Right? Why would your customers say, I'm going to utilize your service when you don't utilize the services of others to make their experience better, right? To make your product better, to make your company better, to grow your company and scale. You have to want to do that. So I want to leave you with this. If you want to bankrupt-proof your business, you have to first make sure that you are running your business like a business and not like a hobby. Thank you guys. So right on time. right on time. Right on time. Thank you guys so. I didn't know if anybody had any questions. I tried to cut it a little bit short, and so I hope that I accomplished that in the time that you had set for me. But I am here to answer questions if anyone has it. I did get an opportunity to look in the chat. Hey, Leroy.
That was phenomenal.
Yes, it was. I've learned a lot,
Phenomenal.
especially about a disaster plan.
Yes.
You gotta, you have got to have a disaster plan. And I'm going to tell you something, like, just really quickly. For us, having a disaster plan in place really helped during COVID, because just very quickly, I lost 40% of my client base. Like January, February 2021, it was like bye, because they had to shut down, so they couldn't afford to pay us. And, you know, that's a hit, because I have people that work for me too. And I'm like, well, like, you know, what am I going to do? But then what am I going to do with them? And so I had to, like, say, okay, what's next? The reason that the disaster plan was really important is because this is just like any other operational shutdown, right? And so what we had to say is, okay, what can we do quickly, right? That's going to make up that income. And so we had to make several shifts in our business, but the fact that it was COVID, what actually happened was that people that normally wouldn't come to us started coming to us. Like it was people that said to me, like, listen, I don't know what's going to happen on my job. You know, I've been working this side gig for 2 years. I need this to start making money. Like I need to get this going. And so after I had about 6 or 7 people saying that, I'm like, wait a minute, this might be my pivot, right? And so I got with my business partner and we put something together and we rolled out a program. So I think it was May, right? We actually rolled out this program and then around that time, my clients started coming back, right? Because they had the PPP, they had all these other things that have been put in place. But if I wouldn't have had a disaster plan, I would have just been like, well, I don't know what's going to happen. Let me just call the people and tell them you ain't getting your money this month, right? So it's really important because you jump into that for any disaster, not just a large scale disaster.
Now, Latanya, I had a question. Let me see. How do you ensure that your copyright is given to your descendants? Because I know a lot of like musicians, they wind up losing their copyrights because it's like they sold their soul to the devil. So if you have books, how can you ensure? Do you put it in a will? Do you let your loved ones know that, hey, I published these books and here's the information? What suggestions you give? Because a lot of people may not know how to make sure that their descendants know that they can still use these books that you have written, these courses, to continue to have income for the family. So should you talk to them and plan it out, or?
Well, one, yeah, you can definitely put it in the will. You can also update the ownership information, right? Like you could update the ownership information, just go ahead and add them to it. Now you may not get them any money, right? If it's your kids, you may not get them any money. What I always tell people though, is that when you do anything like that, make sure that you have something called a survivorship clause. And what a survivorship clause does is it says like, listen, I'll use Leroy and myself. So if Leroy and myself own something jointly and we have a survivorship clause and I pass away, that automatically, the survivorship clause says, well, when I pass away, Leroy absorbs my ownership interest immediately, like it's immediate upon my death. So it's not something that has to go through probate or anything like that. It just automatically, now this is Leroy's, right? And it's his 100% when you have a survivorship clause in there. Now, you don't do that for things that you want to leave to somebody else. You do that when the person that you own it jointly with, you want to make sure that they get it without the impact of going through probate and having estate taxes and things like that. You can also create a trust and make the trust, right? You can create a trust that you get money off of while you're alive, and the trust can own those assets. And then what you do is you have it set up where when you pass away, right, someone else becomes the beneficiary, and all of those assets that are in there, now they automatically get the money off of it. So there's several different ways that you could actually do it. I would strongly suggest people that are in that position to talk with an estate planning attorney, right? Because they will be able to tell you exactly the steps that you need to take in your state to make sure that you properly protect your information and your assets.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I want to say thank you so much, Latanya. This is Alina. I want to say thank you so much. That information that you gave was just absolutely amazingly educational.
Yeah.
And a lot of things that, you don't even think about. And sometimes you think you're really secure, but in actuality, you're just hanging out there. So it was good to kind of go through those little exercises because, like I said, I had to plead the fifth a couple of times. Because I was like, we're not going to talk about that because it's not done yet.
But the great thing is now you know, right? And you're
yes.
able to do it. there's so many other things, just like really quickly, because I think I'm supposed to be gone like in like 4 minutes. But one of the things too that I always encourage all of, like, any business that we set up, we set up what's called like a springing power of attorney, and they go by different names. And basically what that says is, in the event X happens, right? So it could be, you know, I become incapacitated, whatever, Y now has the opportunity or has the authority to manage my business affairs, right? Most people never have anything like that set up because they don't think about it, right? So guess what? If something happens to you where whether you passed away or you're kind of in the middle, no business can happen. Your bank is not going to conduct any business. There's nothing for no one can service your customers, especially for solopreneurs. Nobody can service your customers because nobody is legally authorized to act on behalf of the business except for you. That's a huge oversight, And I've had more than one client in that situation. We've had more than one client to where they've lost assets because they've been down for 6 months. I had a client that had a stroke, right? And it was, I mean, what could you do at that point? He couldn't talk. He couldn't communicate, right? So there was literally nothing to do, even though I prepared the thing and sent it to him. He just didn't execute it. You know, so little things like that is just, and we can't blame ourselves because we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And I think Janique had a question.
Yes.
Yes, hello. I am so happy that I was part of this session because I like to learn more about this legal situation. One of the things that I always wondered is, because I have my business trademarked, but including the name and the logo, right? So what do you do, like when you want to update your, you know, your brand, you know, like the colors, the logo? How does that work? Do you have to go back to the process again? That's something I've always wondered, but I never like really looked into what the answer might be. And I want to use this opportunity and ask that.
Yes. So, well, first of all, it depends. If you're changing your logo, then yes, you would have to go back through the process because it would be considered a new mark. So like, think about if McDonald's went from like the golden arches that looks like an M and they flipped it over to now it's the golden arches, but it looks like a W, right? Mm-hmm. That's something different. Even though it's still the golden arches, it's something different. They would have to get a new trademark. Now, what I always tell people is to never trademark colors, ever. Right. Because by doing that, you're only protected when you use those colors, right? So what I tell people to do is trademark black and white, and then you can use any colors you want when you're utilizing your actual trademark. But what happens is that actually protects any color because it means nobody can use that in a certain color. If that
Sure. Okay.
Tanya,
that's good
really
to know.
Really quick before you go, you mentioned about trademarking and the patents, about you can't put the trademark pending. How do you protect yourself in between that, creating the, you know, you through that waiting process of your patent or your trademark, since you said that's not sufficient enough for you?
Now it's the patent that is not sufficient. So you can't do patent pending. For a trademark, when you know, like, okay, this is my logo, this is what I want to do. That's when you use that itty bitty TM, right? Okay. So you use that itty bitty TM to put the marketplace on notice that you are asserting an ownership right in this symbol or in this name. And then you file your application, like whenever you file it, right? And until that application is approved, you continue to use the TM. Okay. Once the application is approved, you have a trademark number. Now you're able to use the R inside of the circle because that means it's a registered trademark.
Right. Okay. No, cool. That's good.
Anybody else?
Does anybody else have any questions? Because I'm going to be calling Tanya because I got a lot of legal homework to do. A lot. a lot. And I really want to thank you so much, because this was much needed. I didn't know about the copyright.
I just want a telephone number.
Yeah, if you can put your telephone number in the chat box, that would be very, very helpful, how we can contact you.
Okay.
And all right.
Okay. I think let me click this and make sure it's right. Okay, hold on. It's
No
not
problem.
right. I was trying to do it because this is a link to my calendar.
Oh, okay.
Because that's probably going to be the easiest way.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what I did.
Well, I just want to say thank you to everybody. This was absolutely just amazing, wonderful. The whole entire, both days with this conference, it was so good. I want to say, Danya Zimmerman, you did an excellent job, absolutely phenomenal. And I definitely see this being something that can just like go really far. So I'm happy.
Me too.
And I'm going to say, I'm gonna say bye because my phone's gonna die. See, I'm trying to be real slick. Like I'm gonna say bye first because my phone's gonna die.
Okay. All right.
So I'm trying to be quick to say bye to everybody. But we had some amazing people. Absolutely amazing people.
Yes.
And so very good, very good, very good.
All right. And I want to thank everybody for tuning in to UBC. I want to thank all of the attendees, especially Miss Tracy for hanging in there. I want to thank Leroy for hanging in there. I want to thank Janique, Miss LaTanya Moore, and everybody. So see, you got to be in the house, even if it's virtually, you got to be in the house because you can ask questions of these experts. These experts are here to answer your questions. So, you know, when we have this live next year, you got to make sure you're here so you can get this information. But I want to thank everybody for tuning into UBC 2021, Bankrupt Proof Your Biz. And we will see you next year in October 2022. And it is going to be at the Best Western in Baltimore, Maryland. By then, more people will be vaccinated. By then, more people will not be afraid to come out. We're slowly doing it. But I just want to say thank you to all the speakers, thank you to all the attendees, and everybody will get a copy of this. And for the speakers, we will have your portions out to you no later than in 3 weeks. And LaTanya, I'm going to make sure I take that part out that happened before. I thought I was on mute. Sorry about that, but I'm going to fix it. All right, so everybody have a beautiful afternoon.
Crab legs, whatever you want.
Crab salad.